Митамал, например, поставь бумаги, я отрегулирую высоту трибуны, чтобы сам центр рахатов. Да, ага, все, окей, хорошо, есть.
Вот так будет, а вот там будет камера. Жомарт, курс. Покажи. Бағдаулет. Жомарт. Бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, дауыс қалай? Ой. Қосылып тұр ғой. Қосылып тұр ғой. Бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, жеті, сегіз. Бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, жеті, сегіз, тоғыз, бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, жеті, сегіз, тоғыз. Бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, жеті, сегіз, тоғыз, бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, жеті, сегіз. Бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты. Бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, жеті, сегіз, тоғыз, бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес, алты, жеті, сегіз, тоғыз, бір, екі, үш, төрт, бес. Не болды дауыстарың? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bir, iki, üç, dört, beş, altı, yedi, sekiz.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. If you can please take your seats, we are about to start.
Yeah, that's the problem with this room.
But we have to start now. We only have 2 hours. It's even now less than 2 hours. Good morning, colleagues. I think now you can hear me at the back as well. Please take your seats. We are about to begin our meeting. Distinguished members of the Governing Council of the IPU, esteemed delegates, dear colleagues, good morning to all of you once again. It is my great pleasure to see you all again, and I hope you and your families are doing well. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Geneva, Switzerland, which is the headquarters of our IPU. And this is, again, the first time in 6 years to hold our General Council in Geneva. So we have had several sessions abroad and online, but it's good to see all of you here. Let me also seize this opportunity to commend your unwavering support to our institution, IPU, and which is gaining visibility and recognition mainly due to your actions that you have been taking in your respective countries, but also outside your countries every time when opportunity arises. So we are very grateful at IPU. Dear colleagues, we must keep that momentum going as we are meeting in trying times when peace, our most precious value, is under threat now more than ever. We have recognized this in our choice of peace and security as the priority theme for 2024. Needless to say, our general debate will be addressing the subject parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding. Let us be ambassadors for peace. Let us all make good use of parliamentary diplomacy, this efficient tool with countless benefits, with peace as not just one of the objectives, but rather the objective. Thank you in advance for making this happen. As we are about to start our meeting today, may I seek your support to help us address the items on our agenda, which is very long, and we don't have much time. So I would request you that when you're given the floor, please try as much as possible to be brief when you take the floor. In addition, in order to ensure the accuracy of the summary of records of our meeting, may I ask you at all times when you're given the floor to speak, please introduce yourself and also the parliament that you come from. I thank you for your attention, and having said that, I'm now going to request the Secretary General or invite the Secretary General to give us a general arrangement about this meeting that we are having this morning. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Indeed, I don't have much to add, but I just want to place on record our congratulations again to you on your accession to the High Office of President of the IPU. And it is striking that your maiden job of presiding over the governing bodies of this organization, is taking place in Geneva, the home territory of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. We wish you well, and my colleagues and I will offer every support that we can to help you succeed in your very esteemed functions. Madam President, we all have received the agenda for this assembly that, as you have mentioned, is taking place for the first time in close to 6 years. We have been roaming around the world. We have been prevented by COVID from meeting at Geneva headquarters, but today we are pleased to welcome you back here in your home, Geneva. The package that you have for the Assembly indicates that you have a very busy schedule here. We want to make use of your time here to get you to focus on the core mandate of the organization. And Madam President, you have pointed out that the overarching theme of this Assembly is peace and security, which is relevant today more than ever, given the multiplicity of crises around the world. So you will see that the agenda of the Assembly and the Governing Council will focus a lot on these issues, and we are providing a host of platforms and meetings to allow you to focus on peace and security and actually articulate how you would like the IPU to continue to work to promote those core values of peace and security. So, Madam President, we will be here to help with your presidency to make sure that these agenda items are discussed in an equitable and expedient manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. Members, we have before us the provisional agenda of the 213th session of the Governing Council, and we have 17 items of the agenda. And since this was distributed to your good souls well in advance, we haven't received any additional agenda, and I will take it that since there are no requests for inclusion of any new item, I take it that we adopt the agenda of this session of the Governing Council. Who is proposing? I see a hand. Ireland? Seconded by? Indonesia. Thank you. The agenda is adopted. We go to item number 2, which is approval of the summary records of the 212th session of the Governing Council. And we also distributed the summary records prior in advance, and we haven't received any objections or any corrections. So we take it that the summary of the records of our previous meeting is equally approved. Ireland again. I don't. Which hand is that? The Netherlands. Thank you. So it's proposed and seconded. So we now move to the third item of our agenda, which is election of the President of the 148th Assembly. Dear colleagues, according to the established tradition that we have had is that usually we elect a president for the Assembly from the host parliament. Now that we are holding our Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland, we usually, the practice has been that the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union also presides over the Assembly. So in that case, I am proposing myself to be the President of the Assembly. Do you approve? Thank you. It is so decided. Thank you. Of course, I will be relying a lot on the assistance of your good self, so when we approach you to come help to preside here, please be ready to come assist me. Thank you. And on that said, we now go to item 4 of the agenda, which is report by the IPU President on her activities since the 212th session of the Governing Council, which was held in Luanda, and which, as the Secretary General has just reminded us, that's where you elected me. So I would like to take you through the activities that I was able to do in the course of that time. So, dear colleagues, my report, I'll try, as I have asked you to be brief, so I'll also try to be as brief as possible, because you will have available this report just after the presentation. It will be available to all of you. So, in summary, I will be taking you through what I've been able to do in the course of reinforcing peace and security through dialogue, but also reinforcing the IPU's visibility and also supporting the implementation of the IPU strategy. So let's go to the first issue, which is reinforcing peace and security through dialogue. In the course of doing that, because you would remember in October when I was elected, we were at the heat of what was happening in the Middle East. So I also took it as my priority to visit the Middle East. And so on your behalf, I was able to go there and met the Palestinian side, but also the Israeli side. Now, on the Palestinian side, I met with the then Prime Minister of Israel, His Excellency Mohammed Shtayyeh. But although he has resigned, but when I went there, he was the Prime Minister, and so I met him. I also met the Minister of Detainees and Prisoners Affairs, and I also met the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker and some of other colleagues who are here today. So I was able to represent you there. But also, on the other hand, after meeting the Palestinian side, I was also able to meet the Israeli side, and I also visited the village that was more affected, kibbutz. Many of you had it on the news. So I had a chance to meet the Israeli speaker, the Knesset speaker, and also the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, who is a former delegate or head of delegation of Israel to our IPU assemblies. So you were represented in that context, but also in the same context of peace and security, we were able to meet the speakers of Armenia and Azerbaijan in the same spirit of trying to use dialogue, as we always pride ourselves at IPU. The second thing that I did is reinforcing the IPU's visibility. And on this issue, we have been having webinar meetings, and some of them physically. So on webinar meetings, I was able to participate on one that was talking about preventing and responding to violence against women in parliaments, which was held on 22nd November 2023. But also I participated on the 9th MECTA speakers consultation on strengthening multilateralism, addressing intergenerational challenges, which was held in Bali, Indonesia on 20th November 2023. On the same second issue of reinforcing the IPU's visibility, I also was able to attend the 27th session of Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth, and there I also talked about IPU issues. And I was able to physically attend the Antalya Diplomacy Forum, and you were also represented there. As you can see the pictures, we also told them what IPU does and how we can work closely with this forum. Also, I was able to attend the Women Speakers Summit, which was held in Paris earlier this month. So the Speaker of France had invited us, and it was a good moment for me to share what IPU does in terms of inclusivity, ensuring women have a place on the table, and other groupings also in our society, including those that are marginalized. And that might be a reason why some female speakers have been able to come, and some of them, this is their first time. The third is supporting the implementation of the IPU strategy. As you're all aware, our strategy talks about different themes, and I haven't been able to work on all the themes at the moment, but I have been able to address a few, and I'll take you through that. One is we were able to attend the high-level segment of COP28, and we addressed the meeting on 9th of December 2023, and so we were able to inform them about our strategy and how we do things in terms of our climate action. But also, I attended the parliamentary hearing at the United Nations from 8th to 9th February 2024 in New York, and this was also very important because at that moment we were able to meet with the President of the United Nations General Assembly, but also the Secretary General of the United Nations, and at that point we underscored the relationship that we have, but the fact that IPU is committed to working with the United Nations in all areas of interest, particularly in ensuring that our strategy goes together with what the UN does and how we can work together, including ensuring that parliamentary activities are recognized by the United Nations, and IPU is doing just that. So we had very productive engagements. And the other way that I was able to support the implementation of the IPU strategy is that I also attended the annual IPU UN Women Parliamentary meeting, which was held during the 68th session on the Commission on the Status of Women. And at this meeting, I was able to discuss the plans and the strategy of IPU in terms of inclusivity, not just of women, but also of youth, people with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. But at the same time, we were able to meet different dignitaries, and as you might see on your screen, we were able to meet the president of the Club de Madrid on 8th of February 2024, and we agreed to work together closely because this is a club of people that, these are former heads of states and heads of government, and they do a lot of work in the world, and I thought IPU could work closely with them as well. So in summary, that's what we have been able to do since we were elected in the last 5 months. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you. And so maybe a minute or two if any delegation would like to take the floor on the report. Cambodia, I would recognize Cambodia to take the floor. Sorry, just hold on. Technical team, Cambodia, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam President. I am so impressed that just by taking the gavel, just a few months, you had done so much, especially your trip to the Middle East. You had a chance to meet both parties of the conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much.
Ireland first.
Ireland, I would like to recognize Ireland.
Madam President, can I just commend you for the breadth of your activities since you took office, but also at this Assembly in Geneva to thank our former President, Mr. Pacheco, on his leadership as well. But to you, Madam President, congratulations on a wonderful start. Well done.
Thank you so much. And Russia Federation?
No. No, we have not.
Russia, can you take the floor?
No, we have not requested.
They didn't ask. They didn't ask.
They did.
Yeah.
It's here.
That's it.
You didn't ask? Okay. Thank you. It's Guyana? Okay, Guyana. Okay, let me try to explain something. The technical team, in order to save our time, if you would like to take the floor, you press your microphone and then it will turn green. It will show here on my screen, and then when I mention the delegation, the technical person will be able to activate your microphone. So now, Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. I also wish to join my colleagues in complimenting you for the work you have done within such a short piece of time. Thank you, and we from Guyana will continue to support you.
Thank you so much, Guyana. And I have a request from Saudi Arabia. Please press your microphone so that it's easier to organize the technical team quickly. Saudi Arabia?
Hi, here. Good morning. Saudi Arabia would also like to congratulate you on all that you have done within such a very short time. It shows that there is a responsibility and there is dedication to the work. It also shows that we as IPU members have made a good decision in choosing you as our president. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we are done on this item. That said, I take it that we approve the report of the activities done by the President in the last 5 months. Who is proposing?
Chile.
Chile. Who is seconding? Australia and Bahrain. Thank you so much. And Kenya. Kenya, Guyana.
Okay.
And can you turn it?
Palestine.
Oh, Palestine. Pakistan, sorry. Pakistan. Thank you. It is approved. That said, I would like to now take this opportunity to welcome the Secretary General. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Now, after the report of the President and the activities that she did in the last 5 months, I would now take you to the report of what the Executive Committee has done on your behalf. And the first, Okay, so the first thing that I would like to express, or rather talk about, which we discussed at our executive committee, is the fact that it is our collective responsibility as parliamentarians to create a platform for Palestine and also Israeli parliaments to meet and be able to use our dialogue tools that are available. And because you remember, I have already informed you that I visited and I saw that the readiness between those two parties, and I believe we'll be able to do that. So the executive committee also believes that we can do that, and let's all of us take that as our responsibility to make sure there is peace that side. Would you wish to second no, not second, sorry, approve what the executive committee is thinking about how we can address the issue between Palestine and Israel. Chile? Cambodia? Oh, Pakistan? Pakistan. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I would now like to report also on the same issues of what the Executive Committee had done. Since our last assembly, the Executive Committee has held a productive sitting on the 21st of March at the IPU headquarters in Geneva. Most of the subjects we discussed are covered corresponding by the items which are on the Council's agenda, which we shall be going through shortly. We shall therefore report on those matters as we reach the relevant items. In the meantime, we'll brief you on the following. The Executive Committee was briefed on the arrangements made by the Secretariat to secure a good attendance at IPU meetings to ensure that their impact reaches the entire population of 46,000 members of Parliament around the world. Taking note of these arrangements, the Executive Committee recommended that the Secretariat continue to enhance its approach in communicating the necessary information to parliaments and to use the possible channels to this end. The Executive Committee took note of the Secretary General's updates relating to ongoing discussions with the International Parliamentary Congress, IPC, on the identification of areas of cooperation with a view to establishing a Memorandum of Understanding with the IPC following the recommendation of the governing bodies. The Executive Committee was briefed on the preparations of the 148th IPU Assembly, which has attracted a high level of registration among our members, and the Executive Committee expressed its hope that this assembly, which is taking place in a challenging context of conflicts around the world, will offer a real opportunity for parliamentarians to explore significant actions to restore peace. In the same vein, the Executive Committee encouraged parliaments to organize dedicated events around the International Day of Parliamentarism on 30th June on the theme of parliamentary diplomacy to mark the 135th anniversary of the IPU. In addition, the Executive Committee urged the IPU members to prioritize dialogue so as to avoid a repeat of the situation that arose during the last assembly when the membership was unable to agree on a proposal for an emergency item. The resolutions deriving from the emergency items are part of the key messages that parliamentary community conveys to the world during its gatherings. The Executive Committee was apprised of the arrangements relating to the ongoing process for amendments to the IPU statutes and took note of the preparations made so far. It welcomed members from the Executive Committee who have been designated to be part of the working group responsible for reviewing the proposed amendments. These are Ms. Muti, who will be representing the African group, but also Mr. Al Nuaimi, who will be representing the Arab group, and Ms. Sarangi, Asia Pacific group, Ms. Mikhailova, Eurasia group, Mr. Kajado, Grulak, and Ms. Avgerinopoulou, 12 plus, Mr. Dan Carden, Chair of the Board of Forum of the Young Parliamentarians, and Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro, Chair of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. The working group will be assisted by the Secretary General and will start its work soon, but also we expect them to present a package of the amendments to the membership within the statutory deadline to allow their potential adoption during the 149th Assembly in October 2024. The Executive Committee wished the working group all the best with its work. The Executive Committee also received a report on the activities of the Committee on the Middle East Questions, notably its recent meeting on February 5th, 2024, attended by myself, the Secretary General, and representatives of Israel and Palestine. You will receive an extensive report of these activities during the second sitting of the Governing Council on the 27th March. The Executive Committee concurred with the Committee on Middle East Questions that every effort should be made to stop the war and address the humanitarian crisis from both sides related to this conflict. The Executive Committee expressed the view that all conflicts, wherever they happen, deserve the same attention. The Executive Committee encouraged the Committee on the Middle East Questions to undertake a field visit to both Israel and Palestine as soon as possible, with a view to getting first-hand information for an informed approach to its contribution to solve the crisis. The Executive Committee was apprised and took note of the implementation of the IPU communication strategy and commended the efforts by the Secretariat to increase IPU's visibility. In light of this momentum, the Executive Committee wished to encourage IPU members to make an efficient use of this strategy by unifying our communication approach, which will further increase the institution's visibility. Having informed you about, briefly, about what the Executive Committee had a chance to look at, but also the recommendations that they have made to various committees, do I take it that you wish to approve what the Executive Committee was engaged in and what it has done so far? That's okay. Can you? Lithuania.
Yes, Madam Speaker. It's great to congratulate you with the huge efforts to found a common ground and common language. First, from our side, we apologize that we avoided one of the major items on our agenda every day, even today. The central cities of Ukraine they were bombed, and we have no Russia assault, war of aggression on Ukraine first. That is the business we have no on this agenda, and we, from our side, making our comments, apologizing for that, and you should have in mind that we avoided one of the main conflict, talking about the peace. What you just put it to the like a major item. And secondly, talking about Israeli, the war from Hamas on Israel and how to support Gaza citizens, who is absolutely right. We should have the slogan related to our realities about Hamas war against Israel too. Support to Palestinian citizens in Gaza and Hamas war on Israel. So that was based on our mostly European, but Euro assumptions that Hamas is a terror organization. Thank you.
Your comments are noted, Lithuania, but just a small explanation is that we have a task force, members might remember. We have a whole task force which is dealing with the Ukraine issue, and we will have in the course of this assembly a chance to hear what the task force has done so far. So it's not like Ukraine is now ignored. No, we have a whole task force that is dealing with that. But the fact that you haven't seen Ukraine on the agenda, it's because of the way our rules and statutes are right now. We usually have either discussions when we are discussing emergency items or when we are listening to the reports that are being brought to us by the committees that we have made. But this one had to be reported because in our assembly in Luanda, we weren't able to discuss, and that was our wish. So we thought we should put that across, but we have taken note of what you have raised, and it's very important, like I said in my speech, that we have to treat all the conflicts the same way, and IPU must always have a voice in all these areas or incidences. So that said, I take it that we approve what the the executive committee did. Who is proposing? Sorry?
We have some members, but we cannot.
Spain, okay, Spain. And who is seconding? Côte d'Ivoire. Merci. So we go to item number 5, which is a presentation by the Secretary General of the IPU, who is going to tell us about the impact report for 2023. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for this opportunity. Distinguished members of Council, it gives me great pleasure to present to you a gist of what the Inter-Parliamentary Union was up to in 2023. I take it that you have now all received copies of the impact report, which is a summary of the work that the IPU has done during the year 2023. Also, as the name of the report indicates, assessing the impact of the work of the organization, how the resources that you make available to the organization, human, material, and otherwise, are utilized to realize the mandate of the organization. So that report is there for you to peruse, and I don't plan to go into the details. I just want to let you have an idea of the context in which the organization operated in 2023. You will agree that the overall global context in 2023 was fraught with a lot of crises and conflict around the world. We had major challenges coming to the fore regarding climate change, the recurrence of inequalities around the world, pushback on issues of democracy in many parts of the world. And it is in this context that your organization operated to try to help parliaments, you members of the institution, cope with this crisis in a way to push back on those pushbacks against democracy. And we did see in 2023 a worrisome trend of the emergence of populism and some measure of authoritarianism. And so when you look at the report that is before you here today, it is one that is intended to show what you as an organization have done in order to live up to the expectations of your mandate, that of promoting democracy for everyone so that no one is left behind. And the report is very revealing when it comes to the reach of the organization. We were pleased, Madam President, members of Council, that the IPU in 2023 grew by 2 new members, one rejoining the organization, and that is Liberia, and the other one, the Bahamas, being the newest kid on the block, becoming the 180th member of the organization. So we are gradually going towards universality of this organization. We are not there yet, and there are efforts that are being made by you, Madam President. Your predecessor did that together with us in order to encourage many more members to join this organization. At this assembly, we do have participation by the President of the Senate of Jamaica, whose presence I recognize and salute here. He is here to witness the deliberations of the organization. Hopefully, he will be pleased with what he has seen and will nudge his country along reaffiliating with the IPU. There are other efforts that are being made by various members of this organization to encourage the Caribbean island states to join the organization. Belize is one of those, Barbados is another one, and we hope that come October, we will be pleased to announce many more new members. Our report also is clear on the diversity of the work that we do so as to respond to the respective challenges that the membership of the organization is facing. And you will see for each of the strategic objectives what we have done in various parts of the world. Let me take one example. For capacity building for strengthening parliaments around the world, you will see that we were involved in some dozen countries in Africa, in Latin America, and Asia in particular. So the IPU is broadening its scope, its reach, in order to appeal to all constituencies represented within the organization. And so in 2023, we devoted a lot of time, given that that was the second year of the implementation of your 22-26 strategy. You spent a lot of time helping parliaments to become younger, more representative, greener, and more effective, including in terms of gender equality, to make sure that our institutions are inclusive of all the components of society. So we are very pleased that the parliaments are becoming more diverse and more active across the board. And I want to use this opportunity to point out the progress that has been made in terms of women's political or parliamentary representation across the world. Our data shows that the percentage of women in parliament grew slightly by 0.4 percentage points, and today stands at 26.9% of global parliamentary membership. This is good. There is a rate of increase, but that rate is still very slow, and we hope that we can encourage all those who have it within their powers to make a difference to do that, starting with you, starting with political parties, and of course, there are measures that have been advocated which have proven their worth. We think that legislated quotas continue to be a strong tool for helping women rise to parliamentary representation. Madam President, I want also to mention the traction that our campaign to promote climate action in parliaments has gotten. You know, last year in Manama, we launched the Parliaments for Planet campaign, which many leaders across the world have signed up to. It shows that you as parliaments want to be more robust in fighting climate change. And Madam President, you mentioned the strong conference that took place during the COP28 in Dubai last year, in which you participated. So it is something that is increasingly gaining traction within the IPU, and I thought we should single this out very clearly. And so for the rest of the report, if you look at what we have, first of all, I don't know if you have shown the statistics, Karine, to show what it is that we, yes? I cannot see, my eyes are not very good. Yes, I can see here, but that gives you an idea of what the IPU, where the IPU stands on various issues. I think we see that when it comes to women's representation in IPU assemblies, it is about 35.3%. At this assembly, it is 36%, which is good but not good enough. The record has been 38%, and as you know, we are fighting for gender parity. We are also highlighting in this table here the fact that the workload of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians is growing, and it's not very good for an organization such as us dedicated to promoting Parliament. Although we did make some progress, and that is one of the evidences of impact, we did secure the release of parliamentarians in some 9 countries around the world, and I want to thank the Gabonese authorities who last year they secured the release of a parliamentarian who had been thrown in jail for mismanagement. That parliamentarian was released. We also want to recognize the contribution of the Filipino delegation for the release of long-standing Senator Leila De Lima, who is out of jail now, so that our Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians is doing some commendable job, but of course we'd rather not have that number of cases of parliamentarians being abused around the world. And I thought that it was something that we could mention here in terms of impact. Karine, I think that we also have, we do say that we want strong parliaments, but we assume all too often that parliaments have the wherewithal to be very effective and strong, but that's not the case. And so the IPU has spent a lot of time developing tools for parliamentarians to improve upon their work. And we see that last year we launched the indicators for democratic parliaments that are based on the assessment, the values that you have espoused in terms of democracy and how parliaments are implementing that. So, Madam President, I want us to take note of those indicators, and we know that some 3 countries have already used those indicators to assess their performance. We want to see a growing number of parliaments taking that on board. We have, I mentioned, the diversity of our work in capacity building. You will see on the screen somewhere, you will see the countries where we are present, some dozen parliaments, and many of them are here: Djibouti, Ethiopia, Zambia, your own country, Madam President, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, where we have been involved in providing some sort of capacity building to the parliament. So when you look at what we do to promote representative institutions, inclusive parliaments, I just want to single out in terms of impact the fact that in Zimbabwe, for instance, as a result of their cooperation with the IPU, Zimbabwe has now created a youth caucus in parliament to articulate the views of young parliamentarians and young countries, just as Burkina Faso has done the same. Burkina Faso has created a caucus of young parliamentarians, and we think that this is something that is very important, especially as they have now adopted an electoral law to increase the number of young people who will be represented in the governing institutions. So those are some of the things that we can single out here in terms of impact. Bahrain is here. I think you too have made good progress in electoral legislation that would lead to more more young people in parliament. And Armenia is not here, but Armenia is one of the youngest parliaments in the world, and we salute that fact. When it comes to innovative parliaments, we are doing a lot of work in terms of encouraging the use of new digital technologies to improve upon the work of parliaments, and we do salute the progress that a country like Brazil is doing to integrate these new technologies. We are working with our Center for Innovation in Parliaments to get more parliaments to derive the benefits of digital technology, while also being aware of the uncertainties and potential dangers of these technologies, including artificial intelligence, which is now very prominent in the agenda of the IPU. One thing that I want to single out here again is the fact that in the interest of inclusiveness, the IPU in 2023 did get involved in work that was meant to build bridges between the world of parliaments and faith-based communities, religious communities, so that there can be that constructive dialogue in the interest of building peace and peaceful coexistence in the world. This is work that is going to continue. We want to salute the contribution of the Moroccan Parliament in the organization of that very important conference in Marrakesh in June. The next such conference will take place in Italy, Rome, with the participation of the Vatican and other faith-based groups. Madam President, I'm aware of the limited time that we have here, but we do have a lot of things that are happening in the IPU that are contained in our report. And let me just mention and stress the progress that you have made in terms of promoting accountability, which is a very important strategic objective for the organization. In 2023, you adopted a code of conduct for governing officials, those officials in the IPU who hold office on behalf of the organization. Now you have guidance on how those officials need to operate, what they can do, what they cannot do on behalf of the organization, and you have set those guidelines that we hope all of us can implement fully. We have also been forthcoming in adopting a policy on harassment, including sexual harassment in IPU functions. And during this assembly, you'll be seeing that there is visibility being given to that policy. We are being all asked to get ourselves acquainted with that policy and to make sure that we uphold the standards that are articulated in that policy. I have now appointed 2 colleagues in the Secretariat to serve as focal points for the implementation of those policies. And one of them is sitting to my right here, Karin Jabre, Director of Programs, and Andre Lobe, who is Director of Support Services. They are the focal point for helping us implement this policy. And so if any of you sees and is witness to any wrongdoing, any incident of harassment, sexual harassment, or the like, please do contact these colleagues. They are readily available. Please do use the email address speakout@ipu.org, and you can be sure that the information that you provide will be treated with all the confidentiality it requires. And the last thing is the growing visibility of the institution. Madam President, you did mention it in your report, and I want to thank you very much for what you have done in such a short period of time to enhance the visibility of the organization. I think it's very important and reassuring that the President of the IPU is seen to be at the forefront, on the front lines, and not just sitting somewhere in their home parliament. We will continue to support that. And during this assembly in the Executive Committee, you and your colleagues did review the implementation of the IPU strategy, and the conclusion was that the metrics are very good, the implementation is healthy, the IPU is growing in visibility in the various media platforms, including social media, but we are not there yet. We need to do more in the area of Instagram. We need to do more in giving visibility to the work that many of you are doing as office holders in the IPU. So, Madam President, let me commend this report to the entire membership for your perusal. And as I said, it is not a compendium of all the activities that IPU has done in 2023. It is just a summary that gives you an idea of what impact we have achieved, what we can do with the resources that are made available to your global institutions. So it is my pleasure to now commend this report for your perusal and consideration. If there are any issues you have with the report, or if there are any issues you have with the way that work of the organization has been implemented under our collective watch with Madam President, please let us know, because our aspiration is to do better, to be deserving of the trust that you put in the leadership of the organization and the resources that you make available. Thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity, and that report is now available to all of you publicly.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, for that presentation. I think members, we will all agree that we are almost halfway in the implementation of our strategy, the 2022 to 2026, and this is what has been done. So it's a lot of it, and I would request you that we give a hand of applause to the Secretary General and his entire team. That said, the Executive Committee also endorsed a draft.
There's Jordan, there's Burkina Faso, I see they want to take it forward.
Oh, okay.
Jordan and Burkina Faso.
Jordan and Burkina Faso. Let me remind you, members, please press your microphone and it will turn green and then it will show me here. That will assist the technical team to be faster in terms of recognition. So we will begin with Burkina Faso. Microphone, please.
Merci. Je voudrais prendre la parole au nom de son Excellence, le docteur président de l'Assemblée législative de transition. C'est bon? Je reprends. Je voudrais prendre ici la parole au nom de son Excellence, le docteur Ousmane Bougma, président de l'Assemblée législative de transition du Burkina Faso, pour saluer, féliciter le secrétaire général de l'UIP pour tout l'accompagnement envers notre Assemblée législative de transition, mais aussi du peuple burkinabé. Le président, son Excellence, Dr Ousmane Bougma, souhaite voir se réaliser les projets dont vous avez fait montre lors de votre passage à l'Assemblée législative de transition. Le peuple burkinabé vous remercie pour tout le soutien, pour l'ensemble des actions qu'il entreprend dans le cadre de la lutte contre le terrorisme, dans le cadre de la lutte pour réduire l'insécurité au Sahel. Je voudrais aussi, au nom du président de l'Assemblée législative de transition, vous dire tout le soutien du peuple burkinabé, toute la reconnaissance de l'Assemblée législative de transition à votre nom propre, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'UIP. Je vous remercie.
Jordan.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة، وأبارك لك انتخابك رئيسة، وأثمن الجهود الكبيرة التي وردت في التقرير. والحقيقة أسجل اعتزازي بأنكم قمتم بزيارة منطقة الشرق الأوسط والتقيتم ب سيدتي الرئيسة مرة أخرى، واضح أن هناك مشكلة بالصوت. أبارك لك مرة أخرى وأثمن جهودك التي وردت في التقرير، وشكرا شكر خاص لزيارتك لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط، راجيا أن يكون ضمن أجندتكم أيضا في المستقبل التركيز على الأوضاع الإنسانية الكارثية التي يعيشها أهلنا في غزة نتيجة العدوان الذي تشن قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، والذي يستخدم من خلاله تجويع المدنيين واستخدام الكثير من الأسلحة، حتى ورد على أو في تقارير الكثير من المنظمات الدولية أنها ترتقي لمستوى جرائم حرب. كما وأثمن جهد الأمين العام، وأود هنا أن يؤخذ بعين الاعتبار أيضا عندما تم التطرق إلى مشاركة المرأة والشباب، أن الأردن أيضا في الآونة الأخيرة خطى خطوات إيجابية في هذا الشأن. هناك قانون انتخاب وقانون أحزاب جديد تم من خلاله مضاعفة حصة المرأة في البرلمان، وتم تخفيض عمر المترشح للانتخابات البرلمانية من 30 عام إلى 25 عام، تعزيزاً ودعماً لدور الشباب في البرلمان. وددت أن أشير إلى هذه الإصلاحات السياسية التي تبناها الأردن مؤخراً نتيجة مخرج للجنة تحديث ملكية للتحديث السياسي انبثق عنها قانوني أحزاب وانتخاب جديدة تشجع من مشاركة المرأة والشباب في العمل السياسي. متمنيا التوفيق لجمعيتنا، شاكرا مرة أخرى للرئيسة وللأمين العام على هذه الجهود الكبيرة.
Thank you very much. And I think those were the two requests. And before I ask you to take note of the report and approve the recommendations, I would like to also report to you that the Executive Committee endorsed also as part of what the Secretary General has been doing, has endorsed the draft Memorandum of Understanding with the Parliamentary Network of the Non-Aligned Movement. And this Memorandum of Understanding is meant to create a conducive environment for cooperation in a number of areas, including gender equality, sustainable development, climate change, promotion of human rights and democracy, as well as knowledge sharing and capacity building. The Executive Committee recommended that the Secretary General signs this Memorandum of Understanding with the Parliamentary Network of the Non-Aligned Movement. The Executive Committee also recommended that the Secretary General strengthens the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms for the activities implemented so as to consolidate their sustainable impact. So that said, may I take it that we wish to take note of the report and approve the impact report presented by the Secretary General? Who is proposing? Oh, there are so many claps, so I take it that Malta and Burundi, on behalf of all of you who have clapped, thank you very much. The report is approved. And Burkina Faso, thank you. So now we go to item number 6 of our agenda, which is IPU priority theme for 2024. And so I would welcome the Secretary General to give us a brief about the priority theme. Mr. Secretary General, please be as brief as possible. We are running out of time already.
Yes, Madam President, I'll be very brief. I just want to say that when you adopted the IPU strategy for 2022-2026, you did agree that each year you would choose one of the strategic objectives of the strategy to focus on, but not forgetting the other strategic objectives. Last year, you did focus on climate change because you had identified climate change when the strategy was adopted to as a priority area, the topmost priority for Parliament and the IPU. And this year, you have decided that the priority theme would be peace and security. And I think that both you, Madam President, and myself have been very clear on the relevance of that theme in view of the challenging context that we are experiencing in the world today. So mine is just to indicate to you what we are doing already in respect of promoting peace and security as a theme for overall action by the organization. Madam President, I want to single out the annual parliamentary hearing that took place in New York, which you referred to in your statement, that in your report, and that meeting did actually focus on prescriptions for a peaceful future. So both the United Nations President of the General Assembly and the IPU did see eye to eye on the need to be more robust in prosecuting the peace and security agenda in 2024. We also have this assembly that has been convened in Geneva here, and you have been informed, the overarching theme of this assembly is parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding. And throughout this assembly, there will be a host of meetings and deliberations that will revolve basically around this theme. Also, during this assembly, you will be discussing a resolution on the social and humanitarian impact of autonomous weapon systems and artificial intelligence. Again, a theme that is very relevant to the current situation in the world. Madam President, we have a number of structures in the organization that have within their remit the promotion of peace, maybe regionally, nationally, and otherwise. You have mentioned the Committee on Middle East Questions, which is that dedicated body within this institution that monitors developments in the Middle East and proposes recommendations for parliamentary action within the IPU. They will be meeting during this session of the Assembly, and they will be reporting fully to you on the last day of the Assembly. You also mentioned the existence of the task force on the peaceful resolution of the conflict in Ukraine involving Russia and Ukraine. That task force is doing commendable work. They will be meeting during this Assembly. They did meet in advance of this Assembly in consultation with the Committee on International Humanitarian Law. So you will be receiving a report of that task force. We also have a body that is not often talked about. That is the group of facilitators for Cyprus, which is intended to review developments on Cyprus and see how they can bring together the parties to the Cypriot dispute in order that some peaceful solution can be found. So these are some of the things that we are doing that indicate that we mean business when we say we are promoting peace and security. Madam President, before we came into this meeting, we had a meeting of the task force, and there was insistence on the need for the organization to be more forthcoming in promoting ratification of international treaties, especially those that relate to peace and security. There has been some progress, including through IPU assistance, for instance, helping the United Nations obtain at least 10 ratifications of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, which now is at a critical stage. But there is more that needs to be done. And I also want to single out, and I think that's what the delegate from Burkina Faso was referring to, the work that we are doing to help fight extremism and terrorism in the Sahel, which is in the throes of this serious threat to peace and security. So there are lots of things that are going on, different strands, and we hope that during this year we can coalesce all of these strands into a more coherent whole, so that at the end of the year we can have a lucid assessment of what it is that the organization has done in order to promote the peace agenda globally. Madam President, you asked me to be very brief. I hope I have. Thank you.
You have tried. Thank you very much. we shall be receiving an overview of the implementation of the priority theme in our October on our 149th Assembly. Now, do we have any questions? I'll allow just a few because we are behind time already. We started a little late. Okay, I don't have any requests here, so I take it that we take note of the IPU priority theme and pledge to work around it. And we always have to give concentration to parliamentary diplomacy and give peace a chance. Do we all take note? Thank you. So that said, we now move to item number 7, financial results for 2023 and financial situation of the IPU. And this is going to be presented by our chair, and who is very close to me right now and is looking at me like he's very ready. Please, as brief as you can, Dr. Ali, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Money talks. Dear colleagues, as the chair of the Subcommittee on Finance, I am pleased to present to you on behalf of the Executive Committee, which met as usual to discuss the financial question ahead of this Governing Council session. The Executive Committee has carefully examined the financial statement for 2023 and the external auditor report. The 2023 accounts show a healthy financial situation with a recovery from the impact of the global downturn in 2022 and an operating surplus of 150,000 Swiss francs at the year end. The surplus has been added to the IPU Working Capital Fund, which is now at 91% of its target level. We took note that expenditure were within budget for each of the strategic objectives. The income from the IPU investment had improved thanks to the favorable market condition in 2023. We welcome the strong result in mobilizing voluntary funds. It shows that the IPU is seen by our partners as worth supporting and that our work is worth investing in. We also took note that the situation of areas of member contribution has been increasing steadily in recent years. One main reason for this is the situation of the Parliament of Venezuela, whose areas rise every year and now stand at 662,000 Swiss francs. We encourage the governing bodies to decide how to address these exceptional situations. We also request all of you to work through your geopolitical groups to try to reduce the list of other members in arrears. The external audit was carried out by our new auditor, the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, who issued a positive audit opinion and confirmed the accuracy of the financial statement. According to their analysis, the key financial indicator for the IPU were sound. The audit went well, and the Indonesian team made 3 recommendations regarding the IPU Legacy Pension Fund, the classification of certain travel costs, and the areas of member contribution. Our colleague, Hugo Carneiro from Portugal, the internal auditor, will give some further details on these recommendations. No. The subcommittee also reviewed the financial situation at the IPU at 31st January 2024. As it is still early in the year, the situation is similar to the end of 2023. The organization budget performance is on track for the year so far. Investment market have continued to perform well at the beginning of this year and the IPU finance are currently healthy and stable. The list of members in arrears has reduced slightly, but is still in need of our close attention this year. In conclusion, on our work, the Executive Committee therefore recommend the Governing Council approve the Secretary General Financial Administration of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the financial statement for 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali, for that brief presentation. Now I would welcome Mr. Carneiro, who is our internal auditor, to report on the financial results of IPU for 2023.
Madam President of the IPU, Secretary General.
Sorry, is there somewhere to press somewhere? I think there's... Yeah, now it's working. Thanks.
Madam President of the IPU, Secretary General, members of the Governing Council, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Em princípio, em primeiro lugar, com base no mandato que me foi confiado como auditor interno da UIP pelo Governing Council, em Kigali, apresento agora a minha opinião relativa ao relatório financeiro da UIP e às demonstrações financeiras auditadas para o ano de 2023. I have examined the documents submitted, including the external auditor's report, and have been provided with explanations and access to the documents that I requested. I take note that the external auditor has issued a positive unqualified audit opinion, certifying that the 2023 financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the IPU and its pension fund and its financial performance and cash flows for the year. The external auditor made 3 recommendations to the IPU. Review its funding strategy for adequately meeting its pension fund liabilities over the coming years. Review and improve its internal control procedures related to the use and classification of travel allowances. Review its strategy for collecting assessed contributions from members through the IPU governing bodies and its application of the IPU status regarding members whose contributions are more than 3 years in arrears but have not yet had their membership rights suspended. The external auditor also noted that the IPU has succeeded in implementing all previous recommendations. Secondly, I must take notice that the net assets have decreased compared with 2022. Nevertheless, key financial indicators remain robust. My analysis leads me to highlight the following facts. It is recommended that the IPU address the arrears in members' assessed contributions, as it could have an impact on the organization's future activities. For this reason, it might be advisable to consider such a suspension after 2 years rather than 3 years, which might involve a revision of the current rules. Further, regarding the possible suspension of the rights of members in arrears, as the IPU has suspended only some members who meet the statutory conditions for suspension, its annual report should detail the position taken by the competent bodies for each member, so that the reasons for decisions taken are made public, increasing the transparency of this decision-making process. Additionally, I would like to particularly laud those countries and organizations that have made voluntary contributions, thereby strengthening the role and the actions of the IPU. Concerning the former pension fund, the IPU must be aware that it may have to make provisions over the next few years to compensate for the fund's insufficient assets. The estimated net liability to date is around minus 6.6 million Swiss francs in 2023, and the accumulated balance of the working capital fund currently stands at around 10.5 million Swiss francs. It should also be noted that the personnel costs account for 81.69% of total IPU expenditures and have increased by 3.42% compared with 2022. To conclude, in my capacity as an internal auditor, I therefore recommend that the Governing Council approve the financial administration of the IPU and the financial results for the 2023. Por fim, permitam-me que encerre esta intervenção em português e gostaria de agradecer, neste âmbito, a oportunidade que me foi dada pela UIP para assumir esta função de auditor interno nesta tão prestigiada organização internacional. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Now I'll give the floor to the Secretary General to conclude. Secretary General.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I believe that the report from the IPU Minister of Finance, Dr. Ali Al-Noaimi, the report is very clear. You've also had the report from the internal auditor. That is very clear. Both of them conclude that the financial situation of the organization is healthy. And I am very heartened by that because over the years, and since I've been Secretary General, I've been at pains to make sure that this organization's finances are on even keel. And so today I am very happy that those who are overseeing the finances of this organization are of that same conclusion. So thank you very much. We'll do our level best. My colleagues here with me, Ed Cooper and Andre Lobe, they have my full confidence in helping me run the finances of the organization, and we will be anxious to make sure that your resources are well spent and prudently so. We have taken note of the recommendations made by both the external and internal auditors, and I agree fully with those three recommendations that have been made. I would be worried if I didn't agree with those recommendations because at the end of the day, we want to strive for better. I have already given instructions to my colleagues to look at the situation of the Legacy Pension Fund. We are aware of the future liabilities, possible liabilities of the organization, but this is always in the nature of such a pension fund. And it is through no fault of yours because the pensioners who are benefiting from that pension fund are outliving the life expectancy standards in Switzerland. So we're having to pay them benefits way beyond when they would have been expected to expire. It is a moral obligation, and this has been reflected for the past several years in the overall budget of the IPU as recommended by previous audits, as I can remember. So we can embrace that recommendation wholeheartedly, just as I take on board the recommendation to review the way we classify certain items of expenditure in terms of hospitality and the travel expenses. We are also very keen to make sure that the situation of unpaid contributions doesn't get out of hand, and we spend a lot of time in the Secretariat following up with those who are owing arrears of contribution to the organization. And we do achieve some level of progress. Since our reports were prepared, we have recorded a substantial increase in funds coming into the accounts of the organization. And today I can say that for 2023, is it 2024, we have recorded payments to the tune of 62% to the assessed contributions budget, which is very reassuring indeed. Members are paying their contributions, and we will continue to keep an eye on that. Madam President, when you and your colleagues discuss the matter of assessed contributions and the implementation of the statutory provisions regarding unpaid contributions. You did say that the Secretary General should review the situation and you will take it up again when you do meet possibly in June this year or latest in October to make a determination on how you handle the situation of those countries that are chronically in arrears of contribution. So we will crave your indulgence so that you give time to the Executive Committee to examine this. So the situation is very good. Madam President, when it comes, I think, to give you a full picture, your budget has two components. One, which is the core budget. It is the money that you pay to the budget of the organization. And that is roughly 75% of the total budget of the organization. And the other quarter of the budget of the organization is fueled by external sources. We have a spread of donors made up of development agencies, governments, parliaments themselves that are contributing to the IPU for specific activities to promote democracy, human rights, gender equality, and the like. And there, the ratio of external funding to the regular budget is a healthy one. You have always been very keen to ensure the independence of this organization, and so external funding has never been overwhelming or overcrowding your contribution to the budget of the organization. So we hope that we can increase the rate to about 30% of the total budget, which is very healthy, and this eases pressure off you. But let me use the opportunity to thank those supporters of the IPU that over the years have been providing external resources on a sustained basis. And we have Sweden and China that are the biggest contributors to the external funds of this organization. I know that in the case of Sweden, the current agreement is expiring these days, and I'm planning to go to Sweden to try to drum up support for more money. I'm looking to the support that I will get from the Swedish delegation that is present here. I want to thank Qatar, Canada, Ireland. Irish Aid is providing strong support for gender equality. WHO, PMNCH, I mentioned China, but countries like Benin are contributing to the budget of the organization for work in the area of terrorism. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want here to mention that in recent months, the Secretary General and his colleagues have been very robust in going out with a basket to collect funds from donors. And I want to salute the contribution of Dr. Ali to these efforts. When we were here for this assembly, I did receive the good news that the United Arab Emirates Parliament was contributing a total of $1 million to the IPU for work in the area of peace, gender equality, climate change. I want to thank you. Dr. Ali, may you convey to the leadership of the FNC our thanks. I was hoping that Bahrain would make a similar announcement. I know that my friend Jamal Fakhru, who is here with us, will, in the next few days, I hope, make a similar statement. But just to say, Madam President, that we are constantly seeking to secure our funding base. We are spreading it as much as we can in order to alleviate the burden on member parliaments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Colleagues, the Executive Committee received the report which you have just heard from our now baptized as Minister of Finance for IPU, but he's the chair for our subcommittee of the Executive Committee that looks into finance matters of your institution, and also the internal auditor. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank so much the Secretary General and his team for ensuring the finances of IPU are in order. That said, I'm sorry, members, we have 2 items to go and we are running out of time. But still, because finances are very important, I would open the floor for just maybe 1 or 2 who would like to take the floor in respect of our finances, and then we will move to our next item.
No.
No, thank you so much. And I take it that the Governing Council can now approve the Secretary General's... Who?
Benin here.
Oh, Benin would like to take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais naturellement féliciter le secrétariat général pour tous les efforts entrepris. Je voudrais également remercier le secrétariat d'avoir mis en relief le rôle, ou plutôt ce que le Bénin a fait en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme. Je voudrais enfin, et ça c'est une question de clarification, le poids de 80% pour les frais de personnel, est-ce que c'est une norme qui se rapproche de celle des organisations comparables, par exemple celle des Nations Unies? Est-ce que 80% n'est pas un poids trop élevé? Pour les activités opérationnelles de l'Union interparlementaire, qu'est-ce qui reste? C'est vrai, il y a des donations, il y a des dons, mais est-ce que la vocation de l'Union interparlementaire n'est pas de mener des activités opérationnelles dans ces domaines de compétences? Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Benin. Secretary General, briefly, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those kind words, Honorable Member from Benin. Regarding costs, personnel costs, there are 2 strands that we need to look at. You have the cost of permanent staff who run the organization on a day-to-day basis. They do the administration. Those costs are very minimal when you compare with other organizations. Then you have, because we are a service organization, we deliver service to our members, you have human resources that are recruited. They are specialized consultants, other experts that are paid by the IPU to go and deliver service to parliaments, the operational work of the organization. Those are classified under personnel, but they're actually service personnel that deliver on operational activities. And there again, I think we are in a healthy situation. In some organizations, that percentage would be much higher. So as to answer your question in very short terms, no, it is comparable to organizations of a similar standard for the organization. But I just want to clarify to you that that is not the cost of administering the IPU. I think it should be very clear. The staff costs for administering the IPU are much lower than what you have here. But we have to put this in a bigger category of all the human resources that are available to the organization, including those that deliver service to our members. I hope I have answered that question.
Okay, wait until we approve it. In the interest of time, and I didn't see any other hand, so I'll take it that we approve this.
Yes.
Australia, 1 minute, please.
We'll be very brief, Madam President. Thank you for the call. I simply want to indicate thanks from all members of the IPU for Indonesia taking up the role of the auditor for these important financial documents for the IPU. So I think we should congratulate Indonesia for stepping forward when the request went out. So by applause, I think, congratulations to Indonesia. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much for that proposition. I think by the show of solidarity, people have clapped, so we thank you so much, Indonesia. So I take it that the Governing Council can now approve the Secretary General's financial administration of the IPU for 2023?
Yes.
Okay, number of claps approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, so we now go to item number 8. And item number 8, Secretary General, I don't know if you can do that in 2 minutes.
What is that, sir?
IPU membership.
IPU membership and situation.
Okay, Madam President, I suggest under this item that we dispose of one particular couple of issues, the first A and B, and then we defer C if we don't have time to. Yes, 8A.
C is removed already.
Okay, so yeah. So you have a more current agenda than myself. So yes, of course, I see. C will be discussed on the last day of the Assembly. So regarding A, this is when you look at possible requests for membership or reaffiliation to the IPU. I don't have any requests to report at this stage, but there are ongoing efforts. As I did mention earlier, we have the participation of Jamaica, the President of the Senate of Jamaica in this Assembly, and we hope that this will lead to a request for affiliation in the organization. And I did mention the other efforts regarding Barbados, Belize, and the other island states. So, Madam President, you can seek your colleagues' not endorsement, taking note of these developments, and of course encourage efforts to bring as many other countries as possible within the IPU.
Thank you, Secretary General. Members, we don't have any requests for new affiliation, but like the Secretary General told us in his impact report, we have with us the President of the Senate of Jamaica, so we hope in the future that after this assembly, they'll be able to lodge in their application. But also, I'd like to inform you about the discussions that are undergoing in the GRULAC region, thanks to the President of GRULAC, Sophia, and also the Speaker of Guyana, who are trying to work hard to ensure that Belize joins us, and the talks are underway in respect of that. So I take that you note the report that we have informed you about affiliation to IPU. Who is proposing?
Ireland.
Ireland. Who is seconding? Bahrain, thanks. There was another ups there. Okay, so now we go to B, observer status, Secretary General.
Observer status, Madam President, the Executive Committee had before it 2 requests for observer status, one coming from the Conference of Political Parties of Latin America, COPAL, and the other one from the International Development Law Organization, IDLO. Madam President, I believe you were going to seek the concurrence of the Governing Council to the recommendations that the Executive Committee made to grant observer status to both organizations in light of the mandates, the respective mandates of these organizations and their track records, including participation or collaboration with the Inter-Parliamentary Union, especially the International Development Law Organization. So, Madam President, we have those 2 requests before Council, and you may want to ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, we had removed C on this item, which I'll give you the explanation just shortly. But on the observer status, we have the application, as the Secretary General has mentioned, the Permanent Conference of Political Parties of Latin America and the Caribbean, COPAL, and the International Development Law Organization, IDLO, requesting for your approval. Now, because the Executive Committee had sat and they were of the view that they proposed to you that you approve the endorsement of these two requests by the Executive Committee. Do you agree that the two institutions get the observer status to our institution? Chile? Chile has proposed, Canada has seconded. Done. So, thank you so much, members. Now, we had C, which usually considers situation of certain parliaments, and because of the time constraints of today, we have moved C to our next sitting, which will be on 27th of March. So we will discuss situations in other parliaments on 27th March. And now we move to item number 9, which is regional offices. Regional offices, Secretary General, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to remind you all that the Council did take the decision to open 2 regional offices as pilot projects, one in Uruguay and one in Cairo. We have, over the past several months, had discussions with the host countries of those regional offices. With regard to Uruguay, the discussions have advanced because we have already signed a host country agreement, and we are currently in consultations with the Parliament of Uruguay with a view to identifying the resources, human and otherwise, that would be required to make that office operational as soon as possible. Madam President, we have apprised the Executive Committee of this, and the Secretary General and his colleagues will continue to engage with the Uruguay authorities so that we can find agreements on the outstanding issues regarding staffing, for instance, and then we should be able to report to you in the near future that that office is open. The one for Egypt, we are in discussions. The discussions have well advanced too, and we have, in the light of the experience of Uruguay, sought to discuss with the Egyptian authorities in parallel the host country agreement and the operational logistics agreement. And those discussions are well underway, Madam President. There has been a lot of back and forth between us and the Egyptian authorities, and I have noted that there is a lot of goodwill on the Egyptian side to accommodate the concerns that we have, and we hope that in the very near future we can reach agreement on both those excuse the tautology, we can conclude on those 2 agreements so that that office too can become operational as soon as possible. Madam President, that's what I have to report regarding the regional offices.
Thank you so much. Since these regional offices are we already have one which is opened in Uruguay, and we anticipate to open one in Egypt once the nitty-gritty have been worked out. In the interest of time, I don't know if anybody would like to take the floor in respect of that? No. Okay, there are no hands. So we approve the report that has been presented to us by the Secretary General. Okay. Thank you very much. So that said, members, because our governing council comes to an end now, and then we will now request the Secretary General to take us through the arrangements that are coming up. Secretary General.
Madam President, the rules require that the Secretary General make a procedural announcement at the end of the first sitting of the Governing Council. and this has to do with the quorum. That is in conformity with Rule 34.2 of the Governing Council, and in conformity with that rule, for each session of the Governing Council, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of council members effectively participating in the first meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. So it is my pleasure to announce the quorum now. During this sitting, my colleagues have been busy going around recording the number of delegations present during the first sitting of the Council. And I can report that at the beginning of this session, we had present in the room 134 members of Council. And so on the basis of that, the quorum that would be required for any decision to be valid would be 68. So we do have more than 68 people in this room. So what the decisions that you have taken already are valid. And for the 27th of March, yes, we need 68 people to establish validity of the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, for that. But also let me thank you all members for attending this Governing Council. Now I will take this opportunity to note all the decisions that we have made in light of what the Secretary General has said. All of them are valid, but let me also take this opportunity in the interest of time to adjourn our Governing Council meeting until 9 a.m. on 27th of March 2024. And we hope to finish the meeting on that day by lunchtime, so please be on time, and we will try as much as we can to manage the time. That said, the Governing Council is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam President. You did well.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I need to buy.
So we are about to start the assembly, but we are giving a chance for members who are not members of the Governing Council to get in for the assembly. So please give us 2 or 1 minute while others are coming in, and then we will begin our assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May we please kindly ask all delegates to take their seats. We will be commencing the assembly in just a moment.
Colleagues, we are about to start in like 2 seconds. Colleagues, we are about to start in 2 seconds. That said, you would remember when we met in Angola, we inaugurated our anthem. So we will begin with our IPU anthem. So I would request all of you to please rise for our IPU anthem.
参加から始めたいと思いますので、ご起立願いますでしょうか。
Excellencies. Thank you so much. You may have your seats. Hello? Hello? Okay. Excellencies, honorable members of parliament, dear colleagues and friends, before we begin our 148th IPU Assembly, let us take a moment of reflection to honor those who have passed away since our last assembly. I am thinking particularly of His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, a remarkable statesman whose untimely demise was a shock to all of us. I'm also thinking of other thousands of victims who have died from the many wars raging around the world, from catastrophic humanitarian situations, from terrorist attacks, including at schools, places of worship, concerts, or music festivals, from violence, including the devastating impact of gender-based violence, from sickness and ill health, including malnutrition. Let us bow our heads for a minute of silence, and let this moment be of reflection to inspire us over the next few days in our work as representatives of the people of the world and as representatives of the global parliamentary family, with a key responsibility to build bridges for peace, understanding between our countries. I would urge that members, you all rise for a minute of silence. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you. Mr. Secretary General, honorable speakers and deputy speakers of parliament, but also heads of delegations and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is an honor to address you here today at the start of my first assembly as president of IPU. The IPU Assembly has returned to Geneva after a long and somewhat unexpected absence of almost 6 years. Some due to COVID-19 pandemic, but also I would like to thank some of our members who have hosted our successful assemblies from 2019, which was held in Qatar, followed by Serbia, Spain, Indonesia, Rwanda, Bahrain, and Angola. Now we are here in Switzerland. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, because you did a good job when these assemblies came to your respective countries. Thank you. But let me also welcome to our assembly for the first time the Honorable President of the Senate of Jamaica, who is observing our proceedings with a view to possible reaffiliation to the IPU and becoming the 181 member of this global parliamentary community. Universality is here at IPU, and we look forward to welcoming other members as well. The theme of this assembly, parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, goes right to the heart of why IPU was founded 135 years ago. Indeed, our statutes, in their very first article, emphasize that the IPU has been the focal point for worldwide parliamentary dialogue since 1889. Against that backdrop of an alarming rise in the number and intensity of conflicts, no less than 56 states were experiencing armed conflicts at the end of 2023. It made perfect sense to choose this theme and indeed to adopt peace and security as the IPU's focus policy area for 2024. This subject is also at the top of my priority list as president. And I believe that the process to amend the IPU statutes and rules, on which the working group of the Executive Committee has been constituted and will begin its work shortly during this assembly, offers a valuable opportunity to revitalize the IPU's agility in reacting to crises around the world, including conflict. The IPU was founded on the principle that dialogue is central to the peaceful resolution of conflict. For decades, we have consistently worked to bring together parliamentarians from countries in conflict, whether that is Israel and Palestine through the work of our Committee on the Middle East questions, the Russian Federation and Ukraine through our task force devoted to that conflict, or our call for the Sahel initiative, focused on a region in Africa where there has been a particular turmoil in these recent years. Even further, IPU intends to intensify its use of dialogue in other conflicts exemplified by those in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Venezuela, Pakistan, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to welcome all of you to Geneva and look forward to a very fruitful assembly. Thank you so much for your attention. Okay, I will take this opportunity now to welcome the Secretary General to take the floor.
Madam President of the IPU, since this is the formal opening of this 148th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, let me reiterate what I said in Council. Given that I believe the bulk of participants are here, let me reiterate our congratulations to you on your accession to the high office of President of the IPU and on this maiden assembly that you are presiding as president of this prestigious organization. We look forward to working with you to ensure the success of the deliberations. Madam President of the IPU, honorable speakers and deputy speakers of parliament present here, distinguished members of parliament, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure and it's a source of privilege to me to welcome you back to Geneva, the home base of your global organization of parliaments. Geneva was beginning to miss you because since October 2018, you had not convened here as a global organization. And today, we can walk around proudly to say that IPU is back in town in this city of multilateralism, this city of peace in the world. By meeting here, you are sending, therefore, that strong message that the IPU stands for peace and security in the world, given the fact that this city is seat to many organizations that are dedicated to these noble objectives. As we meet here, articulating the virtues of international cooperation, especially among parliaments, it is important that we be aware of the challenges that are facing the global community. And I believe you will be keen to make sure this assembly lives up to the motto of your organization, for democracy for everyone. As we meet here, we are aware of the fact that there are expectations out there for the IPU and parliaments in general to contribute to ongoing peace processes in the world. But we hasten to point out that according to the international scheme of things, responsibility for concluding international agreements and treaties lies with the executive arms of government. However, you have been very strenuous in pointing out that parliaments and parliamentarians need to be key stakeholders in peace processes. And you have time and again stressed the fact that while governments have that mandate to negotiate, members of parliament can bring the voice of the people to the negotiating table. And so you have extolled the virtues of parliamentary diplomacy that you would like to see unfold wherever there are areas for resolution of crises facing the world. And so you have chosen, and rightly so, the title of your assembly here, which is Parliamentary Diplomacy, Building Bridges to Peace and Security and Understanding in the World. Throughout these several days you will be in town, you will be participating in a host of activities that would allow you to contribute to global efforts to restore peace in the world today. And we want to stress the importance of reconciliation, because when peace processes are concluded, then the real work of Parliament starts. You endorse those peace processes, you create an environment that is conducive to the implementation of the peace agreements, and you work as representatives of the people to promote reconciliation for peaceful coexistence within your societies. And that is why during this assembly, we hope that you and all colleagues, parliamentarians, will talk to one another across the political divide, across the ideological, religious, and other divides, geographical included, and most importantly, that we all learn to listen to one another. And as I make this appeal, I am reminded of what the great philosopher Epictetus said, and I quote, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice and as much as we speak with 1 mouth." So we should together be willing to listen to one another in order to arrive at a common understanding of where we want to go. So I just want to conclude these remarks by expressing my strong encouragement to all of us to work in a spirit of accommodation during this week. We should be mindful of the need to build a world that is peaceful, ever more peaceful, that is conducive to peaceful coexistence between communities, between religions, between people of different points of view. So, Madam President, distinguished members of Parliament present here, we pin a lot of hopes on you, and I'm pleased that I'm able, after so many years, to host such a distinguished gathering of parliamentary leaders from across the world. You will therefore conduct your deliberations, I believe, in a spirit of accommodation, in a spirit of respect for one another, and you will be, I'm sure, keen to make sure that the outcomes of your deliberations reflect the expectations that have been placed on you by the other 46,000 parliamentarians that may not be here today, but most importantly by the people whom you so represent in a very, I would say, dignified manner. Once again, I wish you success in your deliberations, and we are there. My colleagues and I are looking forward to be of assistance to you so that at the end of the day, we can realize our common agenda, which is fundamental to the values articulated by the founding fathers of this organization, Kremer and Passy, dialogue as a means of resolving dispute and misunderstanding. Thank you very much, and welcome to Geneva once again.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. Colleagues, as it has become a practice to include the presentations from our presidents from the Women's Forum, but also our young parliamentarians to inform our general debates, I would now beg your indulgence to welcome them to address us. And here we have the president of the Board of Young Parliamentarians, but I don't know if the woman is ready for. So which one plays first? He goes first. Okay. Okay. So we will first listen to the president of the Board of Young Parliamentarians. Mr. Dan Carden, you have the floor.
Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, fellow parliamentarians, good morning. When I was born in 1986, there were legitimate fears the world could tiptoe into catastrophic nuclear conflict. These concerns eroded steadily over the course of my childhood and were supplanted instead by a sincere optimism about the prospects for global peace. The apparent triumph of the liberal democratic model, people argued at the time, had eliminated the need for conflict altogether. States would bring down barriers to political and economic integration, adopt democratic norms, and embrace the rules-based international order, until history itself would come to a screeching halt. But as recent years have shown us, history still has some way to go. The world now feels more unstable and insecure than it has at any point since the end of the Cold War. And the weight of this renewed insecurity can be measured with crushing accuracy by the number of innocent lives lost. 30,000 in Ukraine, 25,000 in Gaza, 15,000 in Sudan, 20,000 in Yemen. In this landscape, it is often young people who bear the heaviest burden. More than 400 million young people between the ages of 15 and 29 are living in a situation of armed conflict. That's almost a quarter of the world's young people, and they are disproportionately represented in the casualty figures. And it is perversely ironic that young people are the first to be recruited into fighting, but are amongst the last to have a say in the diplomatic and peacemaking processes. So the importance of youth participation for peace and security has been reiterated by the IPU and by the United Nations, including in Security Council Resolution 2250. As young parliamentarians, our role in the quest for peace must involve acting as conduits for the voices of the young. But while advocating for greater representation in the diplomatic process may be a necessary step, it is not itself a silver bullet. The search for a genuine and lasting global peace will be a far more arduous task, to the point that it can seem too challenging to even contemplate at times. Because it will demand that we make wide-ranging changes to the nature of geopolitical organization, to the global distribution of resources, and perhaps most importantly, to our outlooks. The liberal dream of the 1990s may have been based on naive and Eurocentric assumptions about the universality of Western democracy and its capacity to insulate us from conflict. But cynicism cannot be the antidote to naivety, and the collapse of the optimism of those years must not lead us to conclude that war is an inescapable feature of the human condition. We cannot stand in idle acceptance that the way things are is the way they necessarily have to be. The past was not inevitable, and the future is not predetermined. Peace is not an unattainable idea. Rather, it is the only battle worth waging. Thank you very much, and have a fantastic week here in Geneva. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan Carden, for that. Now we are going to listen to the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Lopez Castro, who has
Madam President of the Inter-Parliamentarian Union, my dear friend Tully Axon, Mr. President of the IPU Board of Young Parliamentarians, Dar Carden, Mr. Secretary General Martin Chungong, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address the Assembly's general debate in my role as President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. I am sure that all of us here firmly believe in the immense potential of parliamentary diplomacy. I would like us to believe and strongly in the huge potential of women's contribution and leadership to peace and security in the world. Next year, we will mark the 25th anniversary of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 3025, which recognizes women's role as vital in peace and security. Regretfully, it has been 25 years that diplomatic and security practices fail to place women and gender equality at the center of the conflict prevention and resolution, at a time when international and human security is under increasing threat. Women and girls' rights and their empowerment are more and more at risk. However, that women, peace and security agenda is an opportunity to redress the situation and address the danger of losses. It is the powerful tool we need to build bridges to sustainable peace and to move from exclusion to democratic decision-making, from gender inequality to gender justice. It is our greatest hope for building more peaceful, prosperous, and stable societies. And it is up to us, parliamentarians of the world, to make this agenda the central focus of our parliamentary diplomacy, by removing any obstacles to gender parity in decision-making, ensuring the participation and leadership of women into peace processes, peacekeeping, peace building, and security efforts, putting an end to violence against women, both online and offline, which holds women back in all sectors. Let's support women organizations that are fighting injustice, building peace, and taking their rightfully place at negotiation table. Let's support women and girl survivors of sexual violence in conflict and provide reparations for violation of their rights. Let's put money into these policies and stop diverting funds from socio-economic rights into a mad arms race. We cannot wait another 25 years. We must build peace for women right now. This is what humanity needs and what our future depends on. I want to thank you this opportunity. I am now in Mexico in campaign as a senator of Mexico City, but I send you a big hug, my dear family of IPU. Let's keep fighting for gender equality.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates to the Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly, it's an honor to address.
I thought the technical team decided to move on, but we are going to listen now to Ms. Mary Robinson, who is the first woman president of Ireland. She was a senator for 20 years, and she's also a former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. She is a passionate advocate for gender equality, women's participation in peace building, access to universal health care, migration, human dignity, and climate justice. She is a former president of the International Commission of Jurists and former chair of the Council of Women World Leaders. She is currently the chair of the Elders, founded by Nelson Mandela in 2007. The Elders are independent global leaders working together for peace, justice, and human rights. Colleagues, Mary Robinson.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates to the Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly, it's an honor to address the general debate of your 148th Assembly. I'm speaking to you as chair of the Elders, the group of independent global leaders founded by Nelson Mandela who work for peace, human rights, and a sustainable planet. I'm also speaking as a former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, a former president of my own country, Ireland, and a former senator. I served for 20 years in the upper house of the Irish Parliament, and in all these roles and all throughout my career, I've appreciated the opportunity to engage with the IPU. Parliaments play an indispensable role in building bridges for peace and understanding, and consensus on how to tackle shared challenges. This role is particularly valuable today in an era of increasing social polarization and geopolitical tensions. The IPU plays a critical role as a forum where parliamentarians can come together, exchange experiences, and discuss the challenges of the hour, something I learned from attending IPU events during my time in the Irish Senate in the 1970s and 80s. And it has been a privilege to be invited to address the Assembly on a number of occasions since. Today, I'm happy to hear that the Assembly will also focus on multilateralism in this year when the world is gathering at the upcoming Summit of the Future convened by the UN Secretary-General to chart a new pathway forward for international cooperation. It's no exaggeration to say today that we are at a moment of crisis in multilateralism. Our world faces existential threats that can only be tackled collectively, from the climate and nature crisis and pandemics to nuclear weapons and the risks of unregulated artificial intelligence. But at precisely the moment when cooperation is critical, geopolitical tensions and confrontations are rising, and too much decision-making is governed by short-term, self-interested calculations. While the COP28 summit in Dubai last December did make some progress, producing the first text that directly recognized the need to move away from fossil fuels, we remain in a climate and nature emergency. Each month since last June, since June last year has seen a new temperature high, and the pathway we are on is unsustainable. Yet, leaders are still not acting at the pace and scale required. We're 4 years on from the onset of COVID-19, a global pandemic that cost the lives of millions and exacerbated inequality between and within nations. But we are struggling to form consensus on a pandemic accord that would help prevent and better prepare the world for future pandemics. 55 years after the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, nuclear powers have not met their commitment to reduce their arsenals. Instead, the few remaining nuclear agreements mitigating catastrophic risk are expiring, and we face a renewed nuclear arms race, with some leaders openly threatening to use nuclear weapons in current conflicts. We see a proliferation of conflicts, including Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine and Israel's disproportionate response to the horrific October attacks by Hamas. The multilateral international peace and security architecture, most notably the UN Security Council, appears completely ill-equipped to deal with these crises. While conflicts elsewhere, from Myanmar to Sudan, are not getting the attention that they need. It's against this backdrop that the elders are calling for long-view leadership to tackle existential threats and to build a more resilient and equal society. Long-view leadership means showing the determination to resolve intractable problems, not just manage them, the wisdom to make decisions based on scientific evidence and reason, and the humility to listen to all of those affected. I'm convinced that with sufficient pressure from civil society and civic institutions, including parliaments, this model of long-view leadership can flourish, as can our hopes for a better future. To those who dismiss such concepts as idealistic or naive rhetoric, I offer the abiding example of perhaps the greatest leader of my lifetime, Nelson Mandela. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the first free elections in South Africa, which swept away the apartheid regime and afforded every South African their democratic rights. I had the honor to attend Mandela's inauguration as president in May 1994. The words he spoke that day have a renewed resonance this year, when 40% of the world's population will have the chance to vote in hugely consequential elections. We have triumphed in the effort to implant hope in the breasts of the millions of our people. We enter into a covenant that we shall build a society in which all will be able to walk tall without any fear in their hearts, assured of their inalienable right to human dignity. Mandela's words are a reminder of and a rallying cry for the crucial leadership role that parliamentarians like you can play in realizing the hopes and aspirations of citizens everywhere. So I wish you well with your conference, and thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates to the Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly, it's an honor to address.
Thank you so much. I believe by listening to her, we have all been inspired. Now, looking at the agenda before us, the first agenda is already done. We have opened our meeting, but we were supposed to, it's reading election of the president for the assembly. And it is a custom that the president of the assembly usually is the president or speaker of the National Assembly where the assembly is being held. But this time, since we are in Geneva, so that doesn't apply. So the governing council elected me to be the president because that's the custom, to be the president for this assembly as well. And so I will be presiding over these meetings. That said, I'll be sharing that presidency with so many of you. And now I look forward to receiving requests from your delegations. Each delegation can designate one member who will be assisting me as a vice president for this assembly. And I look forward to receiving those names so that we can share the presidency this time. Thank you very much. As we look forward, item 2 of our agenda is consideration of requests for the inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of this assembly. And we will be considering item 2 of the agenda in the afternoon when we resume from 5 p.m. So please, that's what we are going to do. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to make a few announcements in relation to the organization of our deliberations in this assembly. First of all, we shall start with the list of speakers in the general debate with the segment for presiding officers of Parliament. And we are greatly honored this time. The presence of so many delegations from around the world have come forward, so we look forward to hearing all of you. But also, we will still remain with our custom of following the order of speakers, meaning we will have the delegations which are headed by the speakers, but also heads of delegations. So, having said that, and also in recognition of the fact that there are so many delegations here, this morning the steering committee met, and so we had to look at the time that we are going to allocate to the delegations headed by speakers, but also those that are headed by presiding deputy speakers or presiding officers, and those that have heads of delegations who are speakers. So we have made a decision at the steering committee that we will be allocating 5 minutes to the, as the total speaking time per delegation. And then we will be allocating 6 minutes for delegations led by speakers of Parliament. The young members of Parliament who have registered to take space in the general debate will have an additional of 2 minutes. And the permanent observers will have a maximum of 3 minutes. So I would request all of you to adhere to these minutes as you prepare for your speeches, because we will be we will try to be strict on in terms of time, because we would want everybody who has requested the floor to have that chance. And I would like to also inform the delegates or delegations that have not registered that registration is still open until tomorrow at 12 noon. Then we will close the registrations. And as we speak, the list of speakers are already within the hall. So if you don't have one for your own delegation, please look for one and then see if your name is there. If it's not there, you still have a chance to register until tomorrow noon. I have also requested you to send me the names of those who will be assisting me to preside, so we look forward to receiving them. You have the assistants who are in this room. You can send that through them, but also you can grab any member of the Secretariat and they will transmit the message to us. So that said, we will now start following the lists. So we will begin, like I said, with the presiding officers of Parliament, And we will begin with Ethiopia. Honorable Tashaga. And Ethiopia will be followed by Azerbaijan, and Morocco should also be getting ready.
Thank you. Honorable Madam President, distinguished speakers, distinguished delegates and fellow parliamentarians, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express on the behalf of the Ethiopian parliamentary delegation to express the condemnation of the terrorist attack against innocent civilians at the concert hall of Moscow. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the families of those killed civilians attacked and by the terrorists and for the government of Russia. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the IPU President and Secretary General for the warm hospitality accorded to the delegation from Ethiopia. It is a distinct honor for me to address you at the 148th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union that is taking place for the first time in 5 years in Geneva, Switzerland. The Assembly is uniquely important for the Parliament from around the world to collectively deliberate on the role of parliaments to address the pressing issue of peace and stability around the world. The theme of the gathering is fitting reminder of troubling state of the global peace. This crucial meeting is taking place at the critical time when the average level of global peacefulness has been deteriorating for the last few years. The theme of the year, parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, comes at a very decisive time when the global landscape of peace is facing an external challenge. Today's multiple crises in Africa, in the Middle East, Ukraine and Russia, and the other critical flashpoints have devastating consequences maintaining peace and security in today's world, which requires political commitment and compromise at all levels. Parliaments and parliamentarians have indispensable responsibilities and possess unique characteristics that can be leveraged for broader peace in the world. The Horn of Africa is one of the most volatile regions in the world. The region has been subject to conflict at both the state and societal levels due to both internal and external factors. Lingering conflicts, external militarization, increased fragility is fueling instability and insecurity in an already fractious environment in the Horn of Africa. Parliaments need to have stronger presence and engagement in supporting the governmental efforts towards regional peace and security. The actual linkage between regional peace and integration is particularly evident in the Horn of Africa. The potential for subsistence peace cannot be seen in separation from growing drives from economic integration in the region. In Ethiopia, the 2-year-long conflict in northern Ethiopia ended in the signing of permanent cessation of hostilities agreement in November 2022. The Pretoria Peace Agreement has effectively silenced the gun, opening new chapter for peace and considerations. Conflict through the dialogue and compromise is a practical embodiment of the notion of the African solutions to Africans' problems. It is growing indication that conflicts in Africa can be resolved by applying African wisdoms. The other crucial path to sustainable peace in Ethiopia is ongoing process of institutional justice policy. The flagship transitional justice policy is pioneering approach in the modern Ethiopian history and potentially a major milestone for lasting prospects of peace, justice, reconciliation, and accountability. In the backdrop of the strong linkage between transitional justice and broader peace process in Ethiopia, the government of Ethiopia has shown a firm political commitment. Let me conclude my reaffirmation. Ethiopia's unwavering commitment to the processing importance of parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy at the regional, global, and bilateral levels.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ethiopia, for keeping time. Now we will listen to Azerbaijan, Honorable Gafarova, who will be followed by Kazakhstan, and Ireland should get ready.
Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan, I greet you all as a general debate of the 148th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and wish our deliberations to be successful and productive. Dear participants, I would like to congratulate the leadership of the Inter-Parliamentary Union for choosing the issue of peace, security, understanding as its strategic policy focus for 2024, and specifically for this general debate. Indeed, the issue of peace and understanding has gained an utmost importance and became a determining factor. Reality is that our hopes for a better world are closely linked with the peace and understanding. Regretfully, today, the world has become more fractured and less peaceful. There are many debates about the ineffectiveness of multilateral mechanisms, which is a result of non-compliance with international rules, double standards, and predominance of interests of certain states. Several days ago, these issues were extensively dealt with in the framework of the 11th Global Baku Forum under the theme Fixing the Fractured World, organized by the Nizami Gencevi International Center with participation of more than 400 high-level guests from 68 countries. Dear colleagues, there is a general consensus about the need for a stronger, more effective and inclusive multilateral system with the United Nations and its core. What is the most important is that strict adherence to and non-selective application of the universally recognized norms and principles of international law, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, protection of justice, should stand at the basis of this system. This is a precondition for restoring and maintaining peace and understanding that we all aim for. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the growing importance of parliamentary diplomacy, it is necessary to elaborate on the role of parliaments in obtaining peace and understanding, what they can do and what they can achieve. Indeed, parliamentary diplomacy has become an important perspective in global affairs, in particular in the context of current international complexities, where preservation of multilateralism and global cooperation in addressing global challenges continue to be paramount as never before. Of course, It would be quite optimistic to consider Parliament alone as a remedy against the challenges to peace and security, which need to be looked at from a wider perspective. But taking into consideration the notion of centrality of dialogue for peace, they become an effective additional resource of building bridges for peace and understanding. Being representatives of the people, parliaments can make an important contribution to the issues such as building confidence, trust, and peaceful coexistence. In this context, I would like to commend the role of the IPU leadership, especially Mr. Secretary General Martin Chung-Kong, for providing a platform for the first meeting of the speakers of the parliaments of Azerbaijan and Armenia. Today, both countries are closer to peace than ever before, and such meetings between the two parliaments will be a useful mechanism for constructive discussions. And I would like to underline that unlike some other interparliamentary organizations which have deviated from their declared objectives, the IPU stays true to its vision of dialogue and plays an invaluable role of bridge building. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe peace and understanding are the first and the foremost preconditions for addressing the global challenges that we face today. Without peace and understanding, it is difficult to ensure solidarity and sincere dialogue necessary to jointly deal with the challenges that require global and urgent responses. I believe you would all agree that one of the most serious challenges that demand collective efforts is climate change. To put in other words, our steps in this direction today will determine the fate of our future generations. Dear colleagues, my country, Azerbaijan, was chosen to host the COP29 in November this year in Baku. It is a sign of recognition of Azerbaijan's efforts in addressing climate change, not only at national, but also at regional and global scale. We are honored and understand the great responsibility that comes with it. Azerbaijan is a bridge builder and having the potential to unite communities and countries behind a common cause, is ready to help guide the international community to realize a future that is climate-focused, equitable, and sustainable. Engagement of all parties is important in order to advance climate action and achieve our goals. It is only with constructive collaboration, increased commitments, and collective action we'll be able to deliver our shared vision of a sustainable and prosperous future for all. Dear participants, climate change has been identified by the IPU as one of the 4 priority areas that require urgent intervention. The IPU has done a great job in supporting parliaments in their efforts to combat climate change and mobilizing them around climate action. Given the centrality of this issue to the IPU's activities and upon the initiative of the Secretary General of IPU, His Excellency Mr. Martin Chung-Kong, the Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan, together with the IPU, will organize the parliamentary meeting in the framework of the COP29. This meeting will offer parliamentarians to exchange their views and identify what they can offer in the fight against climate change. Thus, the meeting will provide parliamentary contribution to multilateral climate action. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you all to participate in this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker from Azerbaijan. I had mentioned Kazakhstan will be followed by Ireland. Malta should get ready.
Құрметті төрайым, қадірлі әріптестер, кеше ғана Ресейде жантүршігерлік террорлық әрекет болғаны баршаңызға мәлім. Осы орайда бүкіл Ресей халқына көңіл айтамыз. Қазақстан бейбіт азаматтарға қарсы жасалған кез келген террористік шабуылды қатаң айыптайды. Қазақстан президенті Біріккен ұлттар ұйымына мүше елдерді жазықсыз азаматтарға қарсы зорлық зомбылықтың бұл түріне бір ауыздан қарсылық танытуға шақырады. Біз парламентаралық одақтың аясында да бұл зұлымдықпен бірлесіп күресуіміз керек деп санаймыз. Өйткені әлемде бейбітшілік пен қауіпсіздік мәселесі толғандырмайтын бірде-бір ел жоқ шығар. Бұл Қазақстан үшін де өте маңызды мәселе. Бүгінгі таңда бұл туралы айтып қана қоймай, халықаралық қатынастарда өзара құрмет пен сенім құндылықтарын нығайту үшін үнемі жұмыс істеу маңызды. Осы орайда президент Қасым-Жомарт Тоқаевтың басшылығымен Қазақстан орнықты дамуға және бүкіл адамзаттың үйлесімді болашағын қалыптастыруға өз үлесін қосып келеді. Оған әсіресе соңғы жылдары елімізде жүргізіліп жатқан ауқымды саяси реформалар айқын дәлел. Қазіргі кезде демократиялық ел, әділетті Қазақстан құру үшін барлық жағдай жасалған. Бұл бейбітшілік пен өркендеудің кепілі. Қазақстан парламенті де бұл жұмысқа белсене атсалысуда. Бұдан бөлек еліміздің ядролық, химиялық және биологиялық қаруға қарсы бастамаларын тұрақты түрде өткізіліп келетін әлемдік және дәстүрлі діндер көшбасшыларының съездерін ерекше атап өтуге болады. Бұл жұмысты алдағы уақытта жалғастыра береміз. Біз бүкіл әлем парламенттері 2030 тұрақты даму мақсаттарын белсенді түрде ілгерілетуі керек деген сенімдеміз. Біз Алматыда Орталық Азия мен Ауғанстан үшін Біріккен ұлттар ұйымының орнықты даму жөніндегі өңірлік орталығын құру бағытында жұмыс істеп жатырмыз. Парламентте орнықты даму саласындағы ұлттық мақсаттар мен міндеттердің іске асырылуын мониторингілеу жөніндегі арнаулы парламенттік комиссия қызмет атқарады. Депутаттар халықаралық жанжалдардың алдын алу және оларды реттеу үшін парламенттік дипломатия тетіктерін қолдану маңызды екенін құптайды. Жақында біз парламентте Қазақстанның бітімгершілік контингентін Голан асуларына жіберу жөнінде шешімді мақұлдадық. Бұл Біріккен ұлттар ұйымының мандаты бойынша біздің бітімгерлеріміздің алғашқы дербес миссиясы. Бұл Қазақстанның жаһандық қауіпсіздік пен тұрақтылыққа қосқан үлесі деп білеміз. Осы орайда парламентарийлер мемлекеттік саясаттың негізгі шешуші бағыттары бойынша озық тәжірибелерін, үздік практикаларын белсенді түрде бөлісуі керек деп санаймыз. Сонымен қатар гендерлік мәселелер жөнінен Орталық Азиядағы парламентаралық өзара байланысты үлгетуге болады. Мұны осында отырған Өзбекстан мен Түркменстаннан келген әріптестерімде растай алады. Біріккен ұлттар ұйымының қолдауымен құрылған Орталық Азия әйелдерінің диалогы аясында біз әйелдердің құқығын қорғау, олардың экономикадағы, инновациядағы, технологиядағы рөлі, әйелдердің бейбітшілік пен қауіпсіздікке қосқан үлесі секілді өзекті мәселелерді талқылап келеміз. Технову мен Орталық Азия қауымдастығы өңірдегі әйелдер арасынан көптеген ерекше талант иелерін тауып танытты. Құрметті әріптестер, біз бүгінгі күні аса күрделі геосаяси жағдайда өмір сүріп жатырмыз. Сондықтан елдеріміздің экономикалық байланыстарын қолдауға бағытталған шешімдер табуымыз керек. Солардың қатарында халықаралық көлік логистика ынтымақтастығын дамыту мәселесі де бар. Қазақстан бүкіл Еуразия құрлығы бойынша трансконтинентальдық тасымалдарды әртараптандыру бағытында тынымсыз жұмыс істеуде. Орта дәліз жаһандық экономикалық байланысқа біздің еліміздің және бүкіл Орталық Азияның қосқан елеулі үлесі. Орта дәліздің нақты құқықтық режимін құрудың маңызы ерекше. Парламентаралық алаңда талқылауға арналған тағы бір өзекті мәселе азық-түлік мәселесі. Бұл ретте азық-түлік қауіпсіздігі жөніндегі ислам ұйымын нақты мысал ретінде атап өткім келеді. Ол ислам елдерінің халқын қолжетімді азық-түлікпен қамтамасыз етуге, транзиттік логистикалық маршруттарды дамытуға арналған. Су ресурстарын тиімді пайдалану да маңызды тақырыптың бірі. Қазақстанда өзінің барлық көршілері сияқты климаттың өзгеруі салдарын бастан кешуде. Атап айтқанда бұл су ресурстарының сарқылуы, экологиялық тепе-теңдік пен биологиялық алуандылықтың бұзылуы. 2 жыл бұрын Пакистанда болған жойқын су тасқыны климаттың өзгеруінен көбінесе жаһандық жылымық мәселелеріне жазықсыз елдер зардап шегетінен көрсетіп берді. Осы орайда сіздерге Қазақстан мен Франция президенттерінің бастамасымен Нью-Йоркте биыл One Water саммиті өтетінін жеткізгім келеді. Ал 2026 жылы Қазақстан біріккен ұлттар ұйымы аясында өңірлік климаттық саммит өткізуді жоспарлап отыр. Бұл тұрғыда біздің делегация ассамблеяның климаттық іс-әрекеттерге арналған серіктестер жөніндегі қарарын толық қолдайды. Құрметті әріптестер, негізгі пікірталастар тақырыбы парламентаралық одақтың 148-ші ассамблеясының тұрақты комитеттерінің тақырыптары сияқты өзекті әрі өте маңызды. Дербес қару жүйелерін, жасанды интеллектіні қолданудың күнделікті өмірге әсерін зерделеу бағытындағы парламентаралық одақтың күш-жүгерін Қазақстан парламенті қолдайды. Қорыта айтқанда, парламентаралық одақтың ұсынымдарын Қазақстан парламенті әрқашан мұқият зерделеп қолданатынына сендіремін. Құрметті төрайым, қымбатты әріптестер, біздің парламенттік мүмкіндіктеріміз бейбітшілік пен өзара түсіністік үшін байланыс және диалог орнату бағытындағы игі мұраттарымызға қол жеткізетініне септігін тигізе алады. Мен алдымыздағы биік мақсаттар жолындағы ынтымақтастығымызға зор сенім артамын. Тыңдағандарыңызға рахмет.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ireland will be followed by Malta. The Philippines should get ready.
Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished members, dear friends, dear colleagues, today we meet conscious of the killing of innocent life in Moscow, and we send our sympathy to the families of those killed. Dear colleagues, as parliamentarians, we're asked to lead. It is our solemn duty to lead our people and to bring people with us. As we say in the Irish language, Ní nart go cúrla céile. We have a responsibility, dear friends and colleagues, as we gather at this assembly, to end human suffering, to end the geopolitical instability, and to bring peace to the world is our shared mission. And that is not, as James Bond might say, if we choose to accept. We have no choice. We must accept that mission. Dear friends, supporting and sustaining peace building is a hallmark of Ireland's foreign policy. Let us reflect, as I said in Bahrain, on the success of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, an agreement, to borrow Mary Robinson's phrase and model, is about long-term leadership. It views peace as a process that is about work, about bringing people together, about fulfilling parliamentary diplomacy. And from our experience in Ireland, we need people to engage, to talk, and to understand each other, but also to respect our differences and where we come from. As our President said this morning to us, the IPU was formed on the notion that dialogue is created so that peace can be resolved and that we can receive resolutions. Dear friends, at this morning, let us stand again with Ukraine and salute the great people of Ukraine in their illegal occupation. Thank you. And in the conflict between Israel and Palestine, let us all redouble our efforts to ensure we have an immediate ceasefire, that humanitarian aid is brought forward, and that all hostages are released. Dear colleagues, Taoiseach Leo Varadkar, speaking in Washington last week, said that the Palestinian people were, to quote, "We see them like us in Ireland through our history." But he also said of the Israeli people that we see them like our diaspora, whose heart never left home, no matter how many generations passed. So, dear colleagues, It isn't about picking sides. It isn't about being for one or the other. It's about each life being equal. Each woman, each child, each innocent human life being cherished. So let us stand up for the weak, the vulnerable, the small, so that we can have a world of equality and a world of equals. And Madam President and Secretary General, can I thank you for your support in terms of equality of representation at the IPU. We are responsible for upholding human society and personal freedoms. And so I urge all of us as members of the IPU to stand up for LGBTQ people around the world, to empower members of the LGBTQ community to run for Parliament and to be elected as parliamentarians. Finally, dear friends, climate change is not an option that we can pick or choose on. Our world is at an important point regarding climate action. And again here we have a duty to lead and a duty to bring people with us. I'm proud of Ireland's climate action plan, which commits us to halving emissions by 2030 and achieving net zero by 2050. And my final comment this morning, members and friends and colleagues, is that our language at this very important assembly matters. What we say and how we say it matters. At the beginning of this assembly, can I ask you in the spirit of the address of our President to respect each other, to put aside our differences, to work for a shared humanity of a world, to bring peace, to bring equality, to end the suffering and the global inequality. If we're serious about this work as members of the IPU, then can I say to you all and ask you all to act, to think, but to speak wisely. Gurmina Mahagav Galer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We now will listen to Malta, followed by the Philippines. Mexico will be next.
Madam President, dear colleagues, in an increasingly interconnected world where conflicts persist and misunderstanding abound, parliamentary diplomacy emerges as a beacon of hope, illuminating pathway towards peace and understanding. Sometimes parliamentary diplomacy is often overlooked in traditional diplomatic discourse, notwithstanding that it holds immense potential in fostering dialogue, cooperation, and reconciliation among nations. At its core, it embodies the principle of people-to-people diplomacy, transcending boundaries to cultivate relationships rooted in mutual respect and understanding. Indeed, colleagues, one of the most compelling aspects of parliamentary diplomacy is its ability to engage directly with the citizens of different nations. Unlike traditional diplomacy channels used by the executive, which involves exchange between governments, parliamentary diplomacy engages us, elected representatives, hence the voice of the people. It also serves as a catalyst for the building of bridges between nations, bridging gaps that may exist due to historic grievances, ideological differences, or geopolitical tensions. Colleagues, members of Parliament are freer to express their own views, to take different stances, to suggest new ideas, to carry out formal and informal diplomacy. Parliamentarians, therefore, have greater flexibility in their mode of operation. In other words, parliamentary diplomacy provides added value to the traditional diplomatic effort and provides diplomacy with an opportunity of strengthening the process and to obtain better results. The development of parliamentary networks like the IPU, based on personal friendship between members of Parliament, are not only easier to develop, but they are also particularly important for situations of crisis, tension, and conflict. We have a lot to to report about the conflicts that we are facing, the Ukrainian-Russian war, the Gaza war, and many others. And we are responsible, all of us, in order to play a crucial role in conflict prevention, in resolution, and fostering communications channels, and promoting dialogue between adversary parties. The best practice that can bring about the highest value added lies when parliamentary diplomacy and traditional diplomacy of the executive work in unison. I will mention, for example, the Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee in my country as a concrete example. Achieving a common stand on critical issues in international affairs in a forum where different political views, voices are represented. And this gives a clear direction based on the alignment between parliamentary and traditional diplomacy. Colleagues, this is possible only on issues where there is a common political vision, where there is a political commitment in the country and countries, and quickly dissolves when an international matter becomes a local political issue. Parliamentary diplomacy is based on a commitment to developing a culture of dialogue in respect for cultural diversity and identity. A culture of dialogue within the context of dialogue of cultures. This is one of the strengths which parliamentary diplomacy, through the so-called soft diplomacy, gives an open eye of dialogue underpinned by intercultural, respectful, and meaningful dialogue. What is important, and I stress this, is the way in which such cultural constraints can be surmounted. Parliamentary diplomacy is in its very nature an interpersonal experience and exercise in networking, friendship, and confidence building. The greater the isolation, the greater the propensity for friction. There is therefore need for more training and capacity building within the IPU for parliamentary diplomacy, directed at parliamentarians and their assistants and other staff in Parliament. There is a challenge, dear colleagues, and an opportunity for diplomatic academics and higher formational institutions. In Malta, for example, we have professional academics like the Mediterranean Academy for Diplomatic Studies, where we specialize in professional studies in diplomacy. This is the way that we should continue. And I requote what we decided as speakers in the Speakers Conference, World Conference, the 5th Conference of World Speakers in 2020, and I reiterate and I quote, "Common challenges can only be overcome through global responses, coordination and collaboration between our nations. We therefore reaffirm the key role of multilateralism." So the message is very clear, Madam Chair, and the message is very clear. And today, definitely, we are always already late. So we need to do much more to do it together in order to address these everlasting conflicts without any exception, the one that I already mentioned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now we'll listen to the Philippines, Mr. Zubiri, followed by Mexico, and then Indonesia on the line.
Thank you very much, Madam President Tully Lacson, Mr. Secretary General Martin Chungong. And fellow parliamentarians, this is Miguel Zubiri, the Senate President of the Republic of the Philippines. Our theme on peace echoes the ideals of the foundations of the IPU. Today, as the world is buffeted by conflicts, such as the recent shooting attack in Crocus City Hall in Russia, which resulted in the loss of innocent lives, and to which the Philippine government and our delegation here, the IPU, extend our deepest condolences to the bereaved families. The search for peace remains an urgent task, an elusive dream. The raging strife that dots the world underscore the mission that we parliamentarians should pursue on behalf of mankind. And that is to mount a campaign to pause war, to stop the bloodshed, and end the suffering of innocent civilians whose lives have been disrupted, but whose hopes for peace have not been dashed by war. We in the IPU have a rich heritage that inspires confidence that, if united and determined, we can, as our predecessors have done, be facilitators of peace. To recall, the advocacies of our fledgling union then later became a powerful force that gave birth to peace institutions such as the United Nations. This legacy of bold thinking and brave action should spur parliamentarians of the world today to craft strategies that will silence the guns of this time. Ending the misery of people caught in the crossfire of conflicts has become our common parliamentary agenda #1. For 100 years, the Philippines has allied itself with the cause of peace. In 1925, when we sent our first delegation to the IPU conference, we already manifested our country's position to give primacy to diplomacy as a means to resolve conflict. Through the years, we have subscribed to IPU's foundational principles of renouncing war as a foreign policy tool, a belief enshrined in the fundamental law of our land. We come here today to reaffirm our adherence to that tenet. We come here today as a nation that also suffers from the fallout of wars far from our shores. Local conflicts have global effects, my dear colleagues. Whether they are in Europe, in the Middle East, or in Africa, theaters of war threaten all people. Our country is no exception. For one, geopolitical tensions damp growth prospects of economies, slowing down the recovery from the ravages of the pandemic. Conflict-caused trade disruptions trigger imbalanced trade deficits and create an inflationary environment that harms the poor. Global food security is harmed, pushing food prices up and punishing the populations teetering on hunger. Supply chain disruptions can shut down factories, empty store shelves, spike oil prices, and leave food on the table more expensive. In the midst of these uncertainties, I strongly believe that the IPU can span trenches of discord and serve as a bridge of peace and understanding. Let me be honest, finding common ground is a mission not for the easily discouraged, but as parliamentarians, we have been able in our halls and in this union break the impasse to reach a compromise in the past. When such is pursued, a healthy respect of views with a deeper understanding of the circumstances to be addressed, consensus can be found. Domestically, we have applied the same template for forging a principled and permanent settlement to one of the world's longest and fiercest secessionist wars. For decades, the island of Mindanao in the southern Philippines has been plagued with violence and strife. Conflict between our government and the secessionist movement had a huge toll, displacing 2 million people and raking up a death toll of 120,000 lives. But I'm proud to say that our Congress played a pivotal role in the cessation of hostilities by passing a milestone Bangsamoro Organic Law, which recognized the autonomy of the Bangsamoro people and gave us the mechanism for correcting the historical injustice that they have long faced. On a personal note, I am particularly proud spearheading this measure as being a proud son of Mindanao myself. We are reaping the dividends of a scent of peace from the ruins of conflict. Since the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, we've seen a dramatic turnaround towards peace and stability in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. And we have been able to engage former secessionists to be our partners in progress and in nation building. Swords have been pounded into plows, and land rich in resources and talent are irreversibly marching towards shared prosperity. We in the Southeast Asian region have also gathered parliaments for frank and fruitful discussions on how to strengthen our place of shared past and common future as a zone of peace. However, in the West Philippine Sea, a number of geopolitical analysts have predicted that it could be a major flashpoint in the region. Let me emphasize that the Philippines has consistently adhered to the international rules-based order, ensuring freedom of navigation in the areas and practicing restraint in dealing with harassment and provocation from our neighbor in the north. It takes community of nations to preserve and nurture peace. Thus, we appeal to the international community to support our stand in promoting freedom of navigation and adherence to the international rule-based law of order in the West Philippine Sea. We have shown that dialogue across political ideological divides is possible. And to wrap up, our belief in the power of dialogue is why I urge us all to harness the parliamentary ties that binds us and strengthen the values we share in our common dream of all our people living in a world of peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll listen to Mexico. Honorable Marcela Castillo. Oh, she's there? Okay. Will be followed by Indonesia, and Ghana will be on the line.
Con su venia, señora presidenta, honorable asamblea, la percepción de la paz ha evolucionado dejando de ser concebida como la falta de conflictos armados a gran escala. Ha evolucionado a una que sienta las bases para un desarrollo sostenible y de seguridad internacional. Desde el año 2016, la ONU adoptó el concepto de paz sostenible que profundiza en la necesidad de adoptar estrategias integrales de prevención, de atacar las causas de raíz, de generar los mecanismos de mediación y reconciliación e impulsar también iniciativas de desarrollo que ayuden a reducir el riesgo de la aparición de conflictos para consolidar la paz duradera. La paz sostenible significa tolerancia cero para la violencia contra las mujeres, cero violencia en las familias, en las comunidades, en las escuelas y como ámbito también en el laboral, en el político, también en la parte económica, en lo cultural. Deja de existir paz sostenible cuando existe violencia contra las mujeres. La paz solo existe con igualdad, con paridad de género en las estructuras todas del Estado y con la participación evidentemente de las mujeres en las decisiones gubernamentales en todos los órdenes de gobierno. En México, la preservación de la paz es una prioridad nacional y la estamos construyendo día a día a través de la paridad, la inclusión y la diversidad. Hoy el Poder Legislativo mexicano se encuentra integrado de una manera paritaria. La Cámara de Diputados está conformada por 500 miembros, 500 legisladores, de los cuales la mitad son hombres y la mitad son mujeres. El Senado de la República también cuenta con la paridad. La paridad de género en México es un principio consagrado en nuestra Constitución y prevé garantizar la participación de todas las mujeres en las decisiones y estructuras del Estado. La participación activa de las mujeres en toda la vida pública de las naciones constituye la construcción efectiva y participativa y representativa en todas las políticas públicas. La inclusión de las mujeres en los procesos democráticos, toma decisiones y la toma también de decisiones contribuye al desarrollo de una paz sostenible. La inclusión y la diversidad son los elementos indispensables para construir la paz. Por ejemplo, en México tenemos una acción afirmativa para incluir comunidad en las diputaciones LGTB+1. También para incluir a la comunidad afromexicana, a los migrantes, a los indígenas, a quienes padecen una discapacidad. Esas son las acciones afirmativas que tenemos en México para la inclusión. La construcción de la paz debe de convertirse en la principal agenda de los parlamentos, observándola desde la pluralidad y creando puentes de entendimiento, de diálogo, de cooperación y alcanzando todos los acuerdos de las fuerzas políticas en todos los niveles de gobierno. Como poderes legislativos, tenemos que tener ese compromiso de generar los marcos normativos para la creación de las oportunidades que promueven la prosperidad, para lo cual se requiere un entorno que también promueva el respeto a los derechos humanos a nivel internacional y, por supuesto, a nivel interior en nuestros parlamentos, pero también en todos nuestros países. Hacemos un llamado a seguir trabajando a través del diálogo interparlamentario y la diplomacia parlamentaria, promoviendo estos encuentros donde se exponen y se ven reflejadas la pluralidad, las visiones, la diversidad de todas las naciones que todos aquí representamos, brindando así la atención a los derechos de todas las personas. Las resoluciones y declaraciones que aquí pactamos y adoptamos son las voces de nuestros pueblos. Es nuestro deber entonces llegar a resultados tangibles. Por ello, la Cámara de Diputados que presido mantiene sus puertas abiertas al diálogo y a la cooperación, porque la paz y el desarrollo sostenible es nuestro objetivo, empleando siempre la diplomacia parlamentaria como herramienta para alcanzarlo. Y que la democracia esté al alcance de todos, como lo dijo el secretario general Martín Chongón. Es cuanto. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Now we'll listen to Indonesia, Honorable Maharani. Ghana will follow, then Côte d'Ivoire on the line.
Yang mulia para Ketua Parlemen dan Presiden IPU, yang terhormat para anggota Parlemen dan para delegasi, tahun 2024 merupakan ujian bagi komitmen kita untuk membangun dunia yang damai, adil, dan inklusif. Tatanan global sedang berada di persimpangan jalan karena dunia yang terfragmentasi. Jika kita melihat ke berbagai pelosok dunia, kita dapat melihat perang dan konflik terjadi di berbagai bagian di dunia. Konflik telah menjadi new normal di berbagai penjuru dunia. Krisis dan ketegangan geopolitik semakin meningkat dan semua ini terkait dengan persaingan antara kekuatan-kekuatan besar di dunia. Akibatnya, jutaan warga sipil menderita di wilayah konflik dan perang. Singkatnya, kita tengah menyaksikan tidak adanya perdamaian. Namun, meskipun terdapat tantangan global yang signifikan, Parlemen harus dapat memperkuat upaya kolektif kita untuk memastikan bahwa setiap orang, terlepas dari latar belakang mereka, bisa hidup dengan damai. Berbagai permasalahan global seperti perang, rivalitas kekuatan besar, pemanasan global telah berdampak langsung bagi rakyat yang telah memilih kita. Sebagai wakil rakyat, Parlemen harus memimpin dan memberi contoh, lead by example, dengan memperjuangkan 3 pilar perdamaian, dialog, diplomasi, dan kerjasama. Diplomasi Parlemen perlu dapat memperkuat diplomasi pencegahan, preventive diplomacy, yang membutuhkan lebih banyak dialog dan kerjasama di antara negara-negara. Dalam hal ini, kita harus membangun budaya damai, culture of peace yang membutuhkan komitmen untuk menjunjung tinggi toleransi, menghargai keragaman, membangun saling percaya dan pengertian. Dan yang terpenting, menolak kekerasan dalam penyelesaian sengketa. Kita harus mengedepankan dialog dan bukannya mengambil tindakan sepihak. Kita harus mengedepankan kerjasama dan bukannya menciptakan perpecahan. Para delegasi yang terhormat, hari-hari ini umat muslim di seluruh dunia sedang merayakan bulan suci Ramadan, bulan penuh berkah yang mewujudkan nilai-nilai perdamaian dan toleransi. Sayangnya, pembunuhan, pertumpahan darah, dan pengeboman oleh Israel terus berlanjut di Gaza. Ini adalah kekejaman luar biasa yang tidak dapat dijustifikasi dengan cara apapun. Berapa banyak lagi nyawa yang harus melayang sebelum masyarakat internasional bergerak? Apakah kita akan tinggal diam? Kepada negara-negara besar, tolong gunakan pengaruh Anda untuk mengembalikan kemanusiaan dan tidak memperpanjang peperangan. Dunia tengah menyaksikan kita semua yang ada di ruangan ini juga tengah menyaksikan. Dan kita tidak bisa menutup mata terhadap penderitaan warga sipil di Gaza. Di masa kritis ini, segera dimulainya gencatan senjata sudah menjadi suatu keharusan. Saya mendesak semua pihak yang terkait untuk memastikan akses kemanusiaan yang aman dan penghormatan penuh terhadap hukum humaniter internasional. Tujuan utamanya adalah untuk menciptakan solusi dua negara berdasarkan hukum internasional dan resolusi-resolusi PBB. Indonesia akan selalu berdiri bersama Palestina dan mendukung perjuangan rakyat Palestina untuk menjadi negara merdeka. Para delegasi yang terhormat, kita juga membutuhkan perdamaian yang abadi di Ukraina dan juga di tempat-tempat lain dari Yaman hingga Myanmar. Untuk mewujudkan perdamaian yang abadi dimanapun, komunitas internasional dan terutama negara-negara besar harus memberikan tekanan kepada pihak-pihak yang bertikai untuk duduk di meja perundingan. Perdamaian diperuntukkan agar semua rakyat dapat meningkatkan taraf hidup mereka, anak-anak dapat bersekolah, dan mereka yang sakit dapat berobat ke rumah sakit. Saat ini, kita tengah bergerak mundur dalam upaya kita untuk mencapai SDGs dan mengakhiri kemiskinan secara global. Akan sulit untuk mencapai tujuan-tujuan ini tanpa perdamaian sebagai fondasinya. Karena tidak ada pembangunan tanpa perdamaian dan tidak ada perdamaian tanpa pembangunan. Kita tidak boleh lupa bahwa perdamaian dan pembangunan adalah dua hal yang saling mendukung. Perdamaian adalah kunci untuk mencapai kemajuan di suatu negara. Pembangunan membutuhkan perdamaian, keadilan membutuhkan perdamaian, demokrasi membutuhkan perdamaian. Upaya mencapai perdamaian menjadi lebih sulit di tengah dunia yang terfragmentasi dan lebih multipolar. Fragmentasi dunia yang disebabkan oleh rivalitas kekuatan besar dunia telah menyebabkan ketegangan geopolitik di berbagai belahan dunia. Sementara dunia yang multipolar menyebabkan kekuatan menengah dapat lebih berperan di panggung global dan regional. Namun, multipolaritas saja tidak dapat menjamin perdamaian. Untuk menciptakan perdamaian dibutuhkan tatanan global dan institusi global yang kuat. Dalam hal ini, kita perlu mereformasi kelembagaan multilateral yang dibentuk pada era pasca Perang Dunia Kedua. Reformasi PBB terutama Dewan Keamanan PBB harus menjadi inti dari agenda memperkuat institusi global. Harus ada representasi yang lebih luas dalam keanggotaan Dewan Keamanan PBB dan hak veto di Dewan Keamanan PBB perlu ditinjau kembali. Para delegasi yang terhormat, saya meyakini bahwa parlemen dapat memainkan peran penting untuk menciptakan perdamaian dalam keamanan global. Dengan menggunakan kewenangannya, parlemen dapat membuat undang-undang yang melindungi hak-hak setiap orang tanpa memandang latar belakang mereka, termaksud melindungi perempuan, anak-anak, dan penyandang disabilitas. Kita juga dapat memperkuat diplomasi antar parlemen dan pendidikan untuk mempromosikan budaya damai. Parlemen anggota IPU harus melipat gandakan komitmen kita untuk menolak kekerasan dan membangun masyarakat yang cinta damai. Dari ruang sidang ini, kita harus mengirimkan pesan yang jelas kepada masyarakat internasional. Cukup sudah, jangan pernah lagi menggunakan kekerasan untuk menyelesaikan sengketa. Saya percaya bahwa jaringan antar parlemen dapat membantu memberikan nilai tambah untuk membangun saling kepercayaan, kerjasama dan pemahaman yang lebih baik di antara bangsa-bangsa. Akhirnya, saya mendorong kita semua untuk membawa pulang hasil pembahasan kita yang positif di Geneva ini ke parlemen di negara kita masing-masing. Di masa-masa yang penuh tantangan ini, kita semua anggota parlemen harus berperan untuk menciptakan perdamaian. Oleh karena itu, marilah kita bekerja sama, tidak pernah mencerah untuk memperjuangkan perdamaian untuk kepentingan rakyat yang kita wakili. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Speaker. Now we will listen to Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker Bagbin will be followed up by Cote d'Ivoire, Serbia. Oh, will we still have light? No, we will not have time. So we will end up with Cote d'Ivoire. So Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the delegation from Ghana, I bring you all warm greetings. I would love, on behalf of the delegation, our beloved Chairperson, Secretary General, colleagues, speakers, distinguished members of Parliament, the theme of this conference, parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, emphasizes the crucial role that legislative bodies currently play or can play in shaping international relations and promoting stability. Parliament serves as a valid platform for diverse voices to converge, discuss policies, advocate for constituents, and uphold shared values. By extending these deliberations onto the global stage, parliamentary diplomacy enriches diplomatic discourse with democratic legitimacy and grassroots representation. Honorable members, in order for parliamentary diplomacy to successfully achieve its goals, it is important to strike a balance between reality and perception. It should be firm in upholding universal values and principles, while also respecting the rules and norms that shape not only the international system, but also the various cultures and values that make up our diverse world. The second part of the theme of this conference, building bridges for peace and understanding, is one of the fundamental goals of parliamentary diplomacy. Building bridges for peace and understanding requires mutual understanding and dialogue among diverse stakeholders and engaging in open, honest, and respectful communication. While open, honest, and respectful communication enables individuals and communities to bridge differences, reconcile, and build trust, dialogue allows people to listen, identify common ground, and collaborate towards solutions. The impact of building bridges is profound, particularly in fostering peace, stability, and cooperation on both regional and global stages. It is with this that I want to urge all parliaments to focus on the establishment of parliamentary friendship groups or associations. Ghana is doing that with almost all parliaments in the world, and very soon our delegations will be visiting you. Parliamentary democracy and parliamentary diplomacy has become a valuable tool for building relationships and promoting cooperation between national parliaments and parliamentary institutions. As a result, many parliaments now encourage their members to participate in interparliamentary organizations, bilateral exchanges, and other parliamentary diplomacy initiatives. Through these efforts, parliamentarians can represent their country's interests, foster dialogue and cooperation with counterparts from other nations, and work towards building consensus on international issues. It is this that really will have to be emphasized by all of us. Parliamentarians have to oversee international negotiations, ratify and enforce international agreements, facilitate multi-stakeholder dialogues on international issues, disseminate information on international issues and organizations to citizens,
and participate in intergovernmental negotiations and peace-building processes. By doing so, parliamentarians play a critical role in positively shaping global affairs. Treaties and agreements that are executed by the executive are required to be ratified by parliaments. If parliaments and parliamentarians are not involved, they will not understand or appreciate the issues, and that is why the representatives of the people should keenly and actively be involved at the negotiations table. Honorable colleagues, one central theme that has emerged in this discussion is parliamentary diplomacy, and is fundamental to building a better world. And there can be no doubt about this. By providing platforms for dialogue, collaboration, and conflict resolution, parliamentarians can bridge divides, promote mutual understanding, and advocate for the peaceful resolution to conflicts. The democratic legitimacy and grassroots representation inherent in parliamentary diplomacy enrich diplomatic discourse and contribute to more inclusive and effective global governance. In conclusion, therefore, we want to look towards a future that expresses our deepest gratitude to Ghanaians, to parliamentarians all over the world for their tireless efforts in promoting peace and understanding. Despite the challenges we face, there is hope for a future where nations come together to cooperate and to solidarize. We must reaffirm our commitment to diplomatic engagement, prioritize peace-building efforts, and future collaboration among nations, so we can build a more peaceful and prosperous world for generations to come. For democracy, for everyone, leaving no one behind, we move together to build bridges for peace and understanding. Together, we can. I thank all of you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ghana. We will now hear from Côte d'Ivoire, followed by Serbia. Serbia will be the last. Please bear with us because we started a little late, so these two will be the last, and then we will make some announcements. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Excellence, Madame Tulia Axon, présidente de l'Union interparlementaire, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents de Parlement, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'UIP, chers parlementaires, honorables invités, je voudrais d'emblée vous féliciter, Madame Tulia Axon, pour votre élection en qualité de présidente de notre prestigieuse organisation et exprimer par la même occasion à vous ainsi qu'au secrétaire général ma profonde gratitude et mes vifs remerciements pour l'organisation de la 148e Assemblée de notre Union dans ce magnifique pays qui nous fait l'honneur de nous recevoir. Félicitations à vous pour le choix du thème retenu pour nos réflexions, à savoir diplomatie parlementaire, tisser des liens pour promouvoir la paix et la compréhension. Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, le thème retenu pour la 148e session de l'Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire offre une opportunité à notre communauté parlementaire de se positionner dans la prévention des conflits par le dialogue, des échanges de bonnes pratiques et d'envisager ensemble la coopération entre représentants de nos nations pour favoriser la démocratie, la paix et l'entente. Il est vrai que la diplomatie n'est plus uniquement une prérogative attachée au pouvoir exécutif, elle est également exercée par le Parlement, non pas pour supplanter la diplomatie classique, mais agissant en précurseur ou en appui de l'exécutif. Oui, chers collègues, la diplomatie parlementaire est une diplomatie des peuples, qualifiée à juste titre par l'ancien président de l'UIP, le Chilien Ricardo Lagos, de diplomatie directe, une diplomatie qui est un puissant outil de rapprochement au service des États et des peuples. À cet effet, nous, représentants du peuple, loin de la légitimité populaire, pouvons significativement contribuer par nos actions à prévenir les guerres et les crises, à favoriser un climat de paix, à travers l'instauration de la culture, de la tolérance politique et religieuse, ainsi que de la réduction de la pauvreté par la coopération économique et le partage d'expériences. Chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs, malgré cet important outil, il nous faut constater la persistance de différents conflits à travers le monde, notamment le conflit armé en République démocratique du Congo, le conflit armé opposant la Russie à l'Ukraine, ou encore celui opposant Israël à la Palestine, avec ses conséquences humanitaires sans précédent. Ce constat doit nous amener à nous interroger. Comment pouvons-nous coopérer plus étroitement et efficacement pour prévenir ou résoudre les conflits, promouvoir la justice sociale et adresser les problématiques mondiales telles que le changement climatique, le terrorisme, les inégalités, etc. La réponse à ces questionnements nécessite une action concertée, une conjugaison de nos efforts à travers une coopération accrue entre nos institutions parlementaires. Cette coopération parlementaire multiforme peut être bilatérale ou multilatérale, comme c'est le cas de notre union commune. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, je crois fermement que la diplomatie parlementaire doit être une force motrice pour l'établissement d'un ordre de paix et de compréhension. C'est fort de cette conviction que j'ai fait de la diplomatie parlementaire un axe majeur de ma politique pour rester dans la droite ligne du président Alassane Ouattara, qui inspire nos initiatives dans ce sens. Au plan multilatéral, le Parlement ivoirien est membre de plusieurs organisations interparlementaires, dont l'Union interparlementaire. Nous avons régulièrement pris part aux travaux de celle-ci pour partager notre expérience et encourager le raffermissement des liens de coopération parlementaire qui sont des gages d'entente mutuelle. Cet engagement fort de notre Parlement en faveur de la diplomatie parlementaire s'est matérialisé par la tenue à Abidjan de la 14e conférence des présidents d'assemblées et de sections de la région Afrique de l'Assemblée parlementaire francophone, de la 45e conférence de l'Union des parlements africains et de la 18e conférence de l'Union des parlements membres de l'Organisation de la conférence des États islamiques, l'UPC. Tout ce regain de dynamisme vaut à notre Assemblée nationale d'assurer en ce moment la présidence de l'UPA et de l'UPC après avoir assuré celle de l'APF de 2019 à 2022. Mesdames et messieurs, je crois en la force de la diplomatie parlementaire et reste plus que jamais convaincu que nos assemblées parlementaires ont le pouvoir d'influencer positivement les relations internationales et nous devons chercher des moyens d'intensifier nos efforts dans ce domaine. C'est pourquoi je voudrais du haut de cette tribune appeler à ce que cette 148e Assemblée soit le point de départ pour des actions concrètes et des résultats tangibles. Il nous faut notamment mettre en place au sein de notre Union un groupe de haut niveau composé de présidents de parlement qui aura pour mission de mener des actions diplomatiques dans les pays où la paix est menacée. C'est le lieu pour nous d'appeler notre Union à prendre une recommandation en vue d'exiger un cessez-le-feu immédiat de la guerre israélo-palestinienne. Par ailleurs, la diplomatie parlementaire ayant aussi pour vocation d'être au service de la démocratie et de l'état de droit, il nous faut prendre des décisions courageuses pour la dénonciation de toute violation ou atteinte aux valeurs démocratiques qui peuvent menacer la paix et la cohésion au sein de nos États membres. Enfin, je voudrais déplorer et condamner l'attentat perpétré le vendredi à Moscou qui a occasionné plusieurs pertes en vie humaine au moment où nous nous réunissions pour parler de paix et de sécurité dans le monde. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, c'est sur ces mots que je voudrais clore mon propos, en vous remerciant pour votre aimable attention, mais en vous disant, la Côte d'Ivoire, championne d'Afrique de football, avec à sa tête le capitaine Alassane Ouattara, vous dit merci.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Now, our speaker from Serbia, please, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madam President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to address you for the first time at a forum which has such a long tradition and significant role as the IPU. Until recently, I served 3 terms as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Serbia, and I fully intend to put all of my skills and experience at work to enhance and further strengthen parliamentary democracy worldwide and nurture the values that this organization has cherished for the last 135 years. I strongly believe that equality between our countries, mutual respect and appreciation, and free exchange of opinions are the absolute foundation of international relations. In an era marked by rapid changes and complex challenges, the importance of parliamentary diplomacy cannot be overstated. Peace. It seems that the world peace has never, in the past 80 years, been more fragile than today, which is why we need to remember that peace depends on the respect for international law. In the absence of that respect, those with more military might or those that have less to lose prevail, leading the world to perpetual wars, loss of lives, and instability. More or less something that we are increasingly witnessing today. Thus, as we gather here, I'm compelled to address a matter of profound significance that not only deeply impacted my nation, but also tested the very fabric of international law and the foundational principles that govern our collective coexistence. I refer to the NATO aggression against the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, which commenced on this day, 24th of March, 25 years ago in 1999. This event stands as a stark example of direct violation of fundamental principles and rules of international law, including the Charter of the United Nations and all other imperative norms that prohibit the use of force. This act of aggression against a sovereign country, which did not as much as put a foot on another country's territory, acknowledged even by NATO and its member states as illegal under international law, yet paradoxically deemed legitimate, was one of the most critical moments in recent history where the established norms of international conduct were openly breached. The arbitrary use of armed force without the explicit approval from the UN Security Council, except under strictly defined conditions of self-defense, which wasn't the case, is unequivocally prohibited. Actions taken by NATO against Federal Republic of Yugoslavia created a dangerous precedent that still threatens the very order established by the UN Charter. At the turn of the century, the unlawful NATO aggression, which inflicted immense suffering and devastation upon my country, resulted in subsequent unilateral declaration of independence by Pristina in 2008, thus representing a further violation of international norms, UN Charter, and the UN Security Council Resolution 1244. It is important to stress today that these events represent the opening of Pandora's box, unleashing far-reaching repercussions felt way beyond our borders for years and decades to follow. Without any doubt, today, we witness the ripple effects of those disastrous events unfolding nowadays across Europe and beyond. Today, as tensions escalate and the specter of global conflict looms, it is imperative that we learn from history and redouble our efforts to prevent such catastrophic outcomes. Everyone across the world, regardless of their size and might, must steadfastly uphold the principles of international law, respecting under any and all circumstances sovereignty and territorial integrity of internationally recognized countries, members of the United Nations, as a fundamental principle of international law, fostering dialogue and cooperation as the only pathway to sustainable peace and security. Regardless of international presence, the UN Security Council Resolution 1244, Serbs in Kosovo and Metohija endure dire conditions. Over the past year, 13% of the Serbian population has been forced to flee from Kosovo and Metohija. Through the lens of this somber reflection, we are reminded of the paramount importance of parliamentary diplomacy in addressing, resolving, and most crucially, preventing such breaches of international peace and security. Parliamentary diplomacy embodies the potential to build bridges where walls might otherwise stand. By fostering open and honest communication between nations, we can anticipate and resolve conflicts before they escalate, ensuring that dignity of all states, nations, and people are preserved. I thank you for your attention, and on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, I'm very much looking forward to our continued cooperation and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Serbia, for that speech, and thank you everybody who has already taken the floor and some of you who will be taking the floor in the coming sessions. So I would let the Secretary General announce the quorum, and then I'll come to you with the final announcement. Secretary General?
Thank you, Madam President. The quorum for the Assembly, according to the rules, is established in taking into account the number of delegations that have registered and have picked up their badges here. My colleagues of the Secretariat have confirmed that 137 delegations have checked in here at the International Conference Center in Geneva. And so on the basis of that number, the quorum for the Assembly will be 69 delegations. So you need 69 delegations in this room each time the Assembly is called on to take a decision between now and the end of the Assembly on the 27th. Thank you.
Following the announcement that was made by the Secretary General, delegates, I wanted to request you, because we are in the month of Ramadan, and we have a number of countries that we have the delegates who are fasting, and so they expect at some point to go break their fast. Now, you will remember in the morning when we were announcing the program of the day, we mentioned the fact that we will be considering the emergency items in the afternoon at 17 hours. Now, 17 hours, having to listen to those who have submitted the emergency items, and then should it happen that, because they're allowed according to our rules, should there be a country that would like to take the floor to reply contrary to that, they have to be given the floor. That might take us some time, and our colleagues may not be able to go on time to break their fast. That said, I'm going to request you, if you would allow us, instead of beginning the emergency items at 5 or 17 hours, we should begin a little bit earlier. That means we should begin at about 16 hours or 4. So, yeah, that will give us more time for them to go break their fast and then come back to join us for the invitation that is it a cocktail? Yes. Yeah, for the cocktail. Now, that said, we will also begin our afternoon session at 2:30. So the speakers that I'm going to mention, they are going to begin our session. So please be here on time so that we also give consideration to other issues. And in the afternoon, the presidency will be shared with Australia. Australia will be presiding, and the speaker from Zambia. And then I will come later in to join them. That said, we had, I now call the speakers who will be beginning when we resume at 2:30, effectively. So we have the speaker from Turkmenistan, we have the speaker from Djibouti, and the speaker from Uzbekistan, and then the other speakers will be called in as the session will be progressing. I take that you have accepted the change of time today so that we take into account our colleagues who are fasting. Have you accepted the change of time? It is so decided. Thank you very much. See you at 2:30.